Welcome everyone to Saturday Evening Chats. This is episode number 69. So
Giggity.
tonight we have with us our co-host extraordinaire, Mr. DM Foss. Welcome.
Hello.
So we were kind of talking backstage. I went on a road trip again. What a surprise. Um, and so I went down and was at Field and Stream and should have taken my damn cell phone inside and filmed some of what was inside. I mean, this place was just monstrous. Um, they had some ammo on the shelf, and it wasn't horribly priced, but it definitely wasn't the greatest of pricings. So again, I didn't pick anything up. It's Mr. Gun Loving Grandpa was out in the crowd first. Makojo, Jerry Parker. I think that's everybody. So
Yeah, it's Cabela's. The last couple time I've gone there has had something. Not a lot, but they've had 5.56 and some shotgun stuff, and they had some primers this time. They had large pistol primers, small pistol primers. Not very much, but something. So it's starting to come back. It looks like, and
did
the
you pick up?
prices have come down.
Did you pick you up some primers?
I didn't. I know you can use small pistol, or not small pistol, small rifle primers and substitute those for small pistol, but I figured I'll just wait till I can get small pistol.
Yeah. So, do you have reloading dies for 300 Blackout?
No, I've got 357, 9 millimeter. Uh, those, I think that's all I have right now are those two.
Yeah, I was gonna text you yesterday because they had 300 Blackout, Hornady 300 Blackout uh, dies down there at Field and Stream. So,
Yeah, I'm saving all my brass, no matter what it is. Um, even if I don't ever do them, then maybe somebody I know can use them, and I'll give it to them.
yeah,
So whenever I'm at the range, I'll grab whatever brass I can and bring it home and sort it.
cool. So CB's out in the crowd. He says he's gonna do a ride along with the sheriff in a little bit. So enjoy. I see we've got the infected one out in the crowd, Mr. Gun Snob. So, yeah, I want to say the 300 Blackout was 30 or 40 bucks for the die set.
Uh, was it a 3 or 4 die set?
Oh, I didn't look. I just saw
Oh,
300 Blackout, and
that's not bad.
I see we have Artak and Daughters out in the crowd. Who has a link if he decides he wants to use it? Yeah,
That'd
and
be
the thing is we don't pay sales tax, so whatever listed on the shelf is what we're gonna pay. So you know that also helps. Except we got a 10-cent bottle deposit.
Artec says he's at work tonight.
Yeah, I see we got Mystic Guns out in the crowd. So, yeah, I don't. So, yeah, I mean, I can always keep my eye out, and if you decide you want a 300 blackout,
maybe in the future, but I figured if I ever get all this stuff together so I can start reloading, I'd start with, some pistol calibers and then maybe later on work my way up to some rifle calibers.
see, if I get into reloading, I think the ones I'm going to reload, probably right off the bat, would be, more of your expensive rounds. Like I got 45 Colt, and it's kind of hard to find. And if you do find it, it's friggin' like stupid, ridiculous price. So that'd probably be, yeah, Gun Loving Grandpa. They had 300 blackout in stock. I didn't actually pay attention to the price because I don't have a 300 blackout, and the quantity that was on the shelf compared to the other calibers that were, they had 40, they had 12 gauge, they had a bunch of other different 308, 30-06, and stuff like that. And there was probably 3 to 4 times the amount of 300 blackout on the shelf compared to anything else. So I was thinking possibly it was due to price, or maybe I just had hit it at the right time and they had just got stocked up. So I see we got Southpaw RX out in the crowd. Welcome. Yeah, I probably should have paid a little bit of attention to that. What happens when you don't have that caliber? I held a 45 Colt lever action yesterday. Fondled it and everything and contemplated buying it. Then I realized I'd probably have gotten shot before I even made it into the car. So
Yeah, a lever gun is on my list of wants, but it's not a high priority thing.
yeah, it's not like my. There's probably a couple other rifles that I may go for first, but I don't know. That damn thing looked pretty darn sexy yesterday, and I think it was like $6.99.
Oh, it doesn't seem bad.
So then I was looking at what kind of handguns they had, and I get over to the revolvers, and the first revolver I see is a Smith & Wesson 500.
Yeah, that's on my list. I would like a big caliber gun, like a 454 or 500, or I don't know, I'd even 460 maybe, something like that.
Southpaw says that local Walmart had a Henry 4570. He believes it was around $800. So, yeah. But they wanted, I think they wanted around $4,000 for that 500.
Oh,
Yeah.
that seemed way high.
It was maybe $3 or $4 grand. I don't remember. Yeah, I looked at it and I was like, yep, definitely wouldn't play that. I didn't even read to see if maybe it was some like performance center or anything like that. I just moved on. I was like, yeah, no.
What I'd really like is the 500 survival kit.
Yeah.
But they're kind of out of my price range, if you can
Doesn't
find them.
doesn't that come with a snub nose?
I think so.
I mean, that would be a friggin' like wrist breaker.
Yeah, but they're kind of cool.
Well, yeah. I mean, the cool factor is definitely there. I see we got defense dad out in the crowd. He's probably at work. We got Sam of Anarchy out there. Welcome, guys. Yeah, I don't know. So far, I haven't seen that one firearm that just jumps out and says, "You need to take me home like right now."
I don't know. I'll usually save up for what I want because I prefer to pay cash. So I'll just slowly save up and then go down and then end up buying something different that catches my eye.
Yeah. He says, "Yep, dinner break." So I don't. I don't know. Normally, when I stick in a certain price range, um, and go looking for whatever falls in that price range that I'm in the mood for that day. You know, do I find anything or not? So yeah, I don't know. I read that the Czech Republic adopted the Second Amendment, and they voted it. Um, so it was veto proof from the president over there. I guess they have to have 3/5 majority or something like that. So they need 45 votes out of 74 people, and they voted 54, 54 out of 74 voted for it. Um, yeah, I heard you say that last night on Gizzard Gary that you picked up a 365 XL. I don't know why you didn't grab the 365X. I mean,
I rented the 365 XL from the range. I liked it. It fit really well. I haven't shot the 365, but I really liked the XL.
I think the XL is just a little bit larger, and it gives it the room for the red dot. So it's got a little longer slide.
Oh, I just it was comfortable and shot well, I thought.
And then, so the 365X, which is their newer one, like fits in the middle of the two. And when you have the red dot, if if you buy it with the red dot optic mounted or without, um, when you mount a red dot on it, you don't lose your rear sight. Yeah, so that's a good reason why, because he got it for dirt cheap. And yeah, the XL is optic ready and 12 rounds. um, I believe the X is um, 12 rounds also, but it's also optic ready. It comes with a flat face trigger. Um, but again, you're probably going to just pay for the, yep. But let's pull up the. I am going to.
Yeah, Defense Dad says he's probably going to get a Swamp Fox for it.
Okay, so yeah, even with the X, you lose the rear optic. And it's 12 rounds, just like the XL.
Anarchy wants to know what gun you're looking for specifically and in what caliber.
See, I keep getting torn. Um, I've been looking at some single stack 40s. And then I'm thinking, well, do I just go ahead and get a 10 mil? So yeah, this is a 365X. Um, I don't know. I kind of like it, except that it's a 9mm. I don't really ever like plan on what I'm gonna go looking for. 9 out of 10 times, I'm gonna go to a gun shop and just look at whatever they have and see if one of them says that it needs to go home with me. Pretty sure the wife's saying that I got to get her a revolver before I get to pick out another one for myself.
Is there one that she has her eye on?
Probably, but I don't listen. Hey, woman, is there a revolver that you have your eye on? Foss is asking. But you want it to be able to shoot 38, right? So she wants something in 38, or that will shoot 38.
There's does she want a J frame, K frame?
I don't think
Butt-length
she's put
barrel?
any. I don't think she's put any thought into it. Yeah, I know. I was thinking I should have just got her the Smith & Wesson 500, and then been like, "Here you go, woman. Here's your." LW Rhodes is saying that his wife loves the Ruger LCR in Tiffany blue, 38 special, and cam assisted trigger is money. So, yeah, I was thinking about getting her, you know, something that's like in a 357 because she could then shoot either or. But I guess it will just come down to whatever she like decides. Yes, this is coming home with me, and then I'll put the debit card down, and that'll be that. You know, and to answer Warsaw's question, I saw a little bit of it. I haven't watched the entire thing. I'm like so far behind in watching videos.
Yeah, me too.
Having the new Rogue that gets the great gas mileage that it gets. We've been putting a hell of a lot of miles on that thing. So we've had it for about 3 weeks and probably put 2,000 miles on it.
Why does it smell like salad in here? Oh, hey, Rob.
What's going on, Rob D?
Hey. Not too much. How's it going, guys?
Not bad at all. So
Doing all right, all right, all right.
All right.
So I was saying that the Czech Republic decided to add the Second Amendment and based on what their laws are over there, if they get 45 or more votes, the president can't veto it. And so the Second Amendment, adding to their Constitution or whatever they call it, passed with 54 votes. So, and some of the senators said that them and gun owners and hunters over there were worried about the way the EU was starting to like do everything over there with getting rid of gun laws and stuff. So they made it so that it was protected by letter of law.
Oh, that's cool. See if the government over there respects the law, but at least it's a step in the right direction.
Right? So I see we've got M. Gabriel out in the crowd. Yeah, it popped up as an article from guns.com, and so I read some of it. I keep sending him comments saying that they need to put all that in audio book form. You know, there's people that would rather listen to that stuff while they're driving down the road. So, have you picked up anything new, Rob?
No, no, been too busy. Not even really looking at this point. Of course, if anything comes across at a price I can't refuse, then that's a different story. But this happened with some scaffolding the other day. Had a guy call with a price I just couldn't say no to. So, something like that. Obviously, yeah, but I'm not on the hunt. Don't have the itch like some of you guys.
I just go every once in a while and go and look. See what's out there. See if anything says, "Hey, you need to take me home."
Yeah, nothing says that in the New York gun shop. It might say that, and then you look at the price tag, and you're like, oh.
Huh. That's what I did with the Smith & Wesson 500 yesterday. I looked at it. It looked sexy as hell, all chromed out and everything. And I think it had a 6-inch barrel on there. It looked pretty damn sexy. And then I saw the price tag, and I said, yep, I'm done. I don't even need to.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, but this had a price tag. I think it was like $3 or $4 grand. If it was like 1,800, that it may have been like, okay, yeah, I'll think about it. But at like $3 or $4 grand, no, thank you. I can pick up like 6 other guns for that price. Yeah, that's what I was kind of looking at the 686 to get the wife in the 357. Uh, but then I was like, do I want to go just a regular 686 or do I want to go with a 686 performance series? Then it's like, well, would she even notice the difference? You know, uh, so yeah. What's your guys' thoughts? Would you get your wife a 686 or a 686 plus or performance series?
Neither. Tell her to go get her own damn shit.
Wow. And I thought you said you loved her.
I do, but I'd at least buy coffee and lunch.
Yeah, that 500 should be closer to $1,200, $1,300.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. I mean, so I guess I probably should have looked more and seen why they were asking. But then again, you're not too far from at that shop. You're not that far from the California border. So I don't know.
Well, did it have one of them fancy gas pedals and a 120 round cylinder on it?
It did not.
I don't know then. Maybe the guy's smoking crack. I don't know.
Probably. I'm thinking it was probably like a performance center or something like that where they had done extras to it. That's the only thing that I can see why it would command a little more of a price tag. But even that, I don't see that it would be commanding that much more of a price tag. So it can just sit there until they decide to figure out some other sucker that will buy it. I see we've got M. Gabriel out in the crowd and Mario Mosen. So welcome, guys.
And sometimes you don't want or need all the extras. Just kind of different scenario, but friends stopped by just the other day, yesterday, I think, with a Civic Si that he just picked up. And gosh, I know he paid more in book value. He didn't even look. That was the first mistake at book value. But basically, he got a car because he liked the way it looked. And now he's bitching about it day one because, when you go to take off, it's got like a two-step system. So it's already, the RPMs are up every time you go. So even if you're just turning around in a parking lot, it's, kind of obnoxious. And with a full brace exhaust, it isn't even legal. Things boosted, which is fine. But I mean, this car is like it's a race car. It's not like a racer, and it's not a daily driver. Basically, he wanted a nice daily driver, so now he's bitching. And he already bring the clutch in to get replaced because which he's going to end up breaking the clutch because he's going to a stock clutch. But the motor was built like he's got all the original parts with it, everything, paid way too much, and he's complaining because it's not what he likes. It's not a daily driver, but he bought a race car. Comes over bitching. I'm like, wow, it looks nice. And they did, got the interiors 100% done, all the seats, the drop down race bar, so you can still a roll bar. You can still have people ride in it if you want, or pop up the bar. And the seat belts, everything, dash changed. There's nothing that's almost. I mean, I don't know what the hell he was thinking. I mean, that's not your daily driver.
But sure, why not spend $8,000 on that?
No, he spent more than that. If he was smart, he might have haggled him down to $8,000. But no, he spent I think 11 and change.
Ooh, see, I wouldn't have touched it for anything over like 2,500, but it's a Honda.
Oh, get this! It's got 140,000 on it too, but it's a new motor. It's a fresh build because it's never really been a normal car.
Yeah,
but that's also,
I mean,
could lead to issues for a daily driver.
Right now, used cars are up like 47% over what they should normally be. So, I don't know. You got to factor that kind of crap into it. Like, we got lucky when we picked up ours, because like when we got ours, like within a week of having it, we started hearing how that they were raising the prices on used cars and stuff. And then just last week, like 4 dealerships around here said they can't even really touch used cars, so they can't find them. And a couple of the used lots are saying that even when they go to auction, now they're starting to have to fight against actual, like regular car lots. Your new cars. Some of those guys are out there trying to get used cars because of the fact people are willing to pay, for them.
Yeah, I've heard the market's kind of inflated a little bit. Well, there's less out there, so the price has gone up in some cases. I know, and it's different, but I've noticed lately with dirt bikes, things like that, prices seem to have jumped a bit too. So I don't know. It's with the times, I guess. But I guess, moral of the story of what I'm getting at is maybe, the performance one isn't what you want,
Exactly. Yeah, I knew exactly where you were going with that. So I see we've got mandatory carry out there, Mario Mosen, DJ Play Nice. So welcome everyone. Yeah, sometimes just your little plain Jane is what you need.
Yep. Yeah, you can always put a wrap or something on it to make it look snazzy, but don't bitch when you show up and you can't pull in a driveway, when it's too loud, when you can't take off at a normal speed. Same thing, transferring the firearms. Yeah, that's what you paid for.
Yeah. Shit. I don't know.
Or that tight tolerance with ammo, so you can only run a certain brand or two.
Yep. Drain
that would
weight.
get me with some of those guns. Yeah, like damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Totally different if it's purpose for long range or for a purpose, but just for picking up a gun, that's something nice looking. Nice looking bites you in the ass.
Yeah. No, I don't really want to have any more barbecue guns. So whatever comes in is gonna have to, it's not gonna be a range toy. It's gonna be something that can go into a carry rotation or, a vehicle firearm, something like that. Because just sitting in a gun safe collecting dust.
Don't you live in the ghetto?
The ghetto.
He
Yeah,
lives in
you moved
Oregon.
up and out of that. I was gonna say, if you live in the ghetto, don't put a gun. Don't keep guns in your car. Just feeding the junkies, man.
He's closer to the boondocks than the ghetto.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, I'm kind of out in the middle of out of nowhere. Same have already. Anarchy says to take a look at the 340 PD. Gun loving grandpa says his next rifle is going to be long range. So, if you guys were going to get a rifle, like a hunting rifle, purpose built, would you go with a 30-30, a 30-06, or a 270?
It depends. I got 30-06. I'm probably never gonna hunt with it, but 30-06 has a great versatility range. If it was, just for deer, like whitetail deer, I'd probably go like a 243 or 270.
Rob, you
I'm
got
not
any
sure.
input?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to look at data and whatnot. And I mean, what are you shooting at? You know what I mean? Long range. Are you shooting at a piece of paper or, machinery, a target, moving to, I don't know. So it depends, I guess, in cost, supply, what you're doing with it. I don't know. So I'd need more information, I guess, to really calculate something. Just shooting paper, I'd say right now, maybe 6.5. I don't know.
That's
Pretty
what
flat shooting,
say,
pretty easy.
Creedmoor. Yeah, I like my Grendel. That's pretty fun.
I gotta get your guys' opinion if I can find these things. They were some Chris Kyle seat covers.
Yeah. You want to tell gun people you're into guns?
Well, these.
If you want to get some freaky ones, there's ones you can get that look like hoodies. So in the dark, it always looks like somebody's sitting in your car.
I have some super tinted out windows. They came factory that way. They got Molly on the back of the seat cover, and it's set up to hold a rifle. I saw him at AutoZone trying to.
Oh, they can't be good then.
Well, you never know.
Yeah. That's, it might be fine for your setup if you can reach it, grab it quickly. I mean, I would assume you're taking and considering reaching it from your seat, in case you, I don't know, came around a corner and found yourself in the middle of somebody's protest and they wanted to pull guns and try to drag you out the car or some shit. So, you know, I wouldn't want to have to get out to get access to it. I can put it that way.
Yeah, I was definitely considering all that kind of stuff. I don't know. They just kind of look weird.
Wouldn't be a bad thing for travel, depending where you travel and things, your state laws, whatnot. So,
Yeah, but
I'm
with
sure a lot of people use them as, the truck gun or whatever they want to call it or whatnot. So, depending on what you're doing, sure,
Well, I was thinking,
as long as it works.
With Molly on there, it gives you the ability to, like mount med kit and stuff like that to the back of your seat, so that it's easily, accessible.
How much is it?
I don't remember. I'm trying to find them again.
Oh, well, I don't keep anything in my car in view. Any like the med kits and stuff like that. My wife's car got broken into. She used to keep. They were empty bags, and I had told her, don't leave those inside. Put them in the trunk. And she's like, yeah, whatever. So somebody broke into her car, grabbed all of the bags and stuff, but they were all empty.
Good shopping bags are hard to find, man. Shit, they put a ban on them in New York. We've been pissed. We hoard them like a son of a bitch now. Like they work great for your little trash cans, and the little ones that you have around the house, those little bags, and throw it into a larger bag. Those tiny bags you buy, they're either you got to fight to get them on, or they're too damn sloppy, and you throw something in the bag and the bag collapses. It's like, what the hell? And I don't want to buy fancy garbage cans, so those shopping bags are perfect. So yeah, watch your shopping bags, folks.
So this is what it kind of looks like. It has the Molly, and then you can see here there's a strap here and another strap on the passenger side so that you can run a rifle in between them. You can always also get them in tan. And yeah, you can't really tell that,
Well, what's their disconnection point of the rifle? Because if you got to snap 2-3 clips, that's no good.
No, it's just like elastic or like Velcro.
Okay.
Can you see?
Yeah, I see what's going on. Yeah. Yeah, I figured the rifle would be going vertical. That way you can pick and point in your whatever direction you need to point it in, or not point it in.
Yeah, That's more like if you're running to the range. I would see putting a rifle there. Just like keeping it there all the time. I probably would say no. But with the Molly on there and stuff, yeah, like I was saying, you could easily set it up, kind of like this, where they have the different pouches and stuff on there for med kit and stuff. Um, you got these that have your little pouch in between your leg. Um, so if you wanted to have a firearm there, you could.
I don't know, man. And it's up to your lifestyle and stuff. To me, I wouldn't see it, going in a range or anything. I don't want to screw around, strap 50 different straps on stuff to just try. I'd rather just do what I do, I guess, or whatever. But seems like would just be a show thing to drive to the range. I don't know. But maybe that's just my impressions. But for road trips, long trips, things like that, things where you might be in an area, you got to go pick your wife up near 2 blocks from where they're riding, then, you'd want quick access to your rifle is not a bad idea. Something you can put on your seat, keep on your seat, and if you want, quickly snap on or snap off your rifle. That I would see more practical in a sense. I don't know. I guess it's the same type of thing, but with it being in the back like that, I just don't like how you got to access that. So for me, it's just not right for me, my purposes. If you're running like a 3-man, 4-man team for some reason, hey, I have one in each direction. Both people know what they got to do. You know what I mean? The back's covered, but I'd still want a vertical for the front. So I don't know, but it just seems like a hindrance in the back like that for the driver, for one, 2 people.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I kind of was looking at it as I don't know.
Something cool.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, at least you're honest. It ain't that much. Shit, yeah. I don't know. Even if you don't use it for a rifle, it's not a bad idea having quick access to, emergency bags, things like that. I'm forced to keep shit in my vehicles for insurance purposes, for work and whatnot. So I don't have a choice. I got to have it in there one way or the other because, what is it, Murphy's Law or whatever, it'll get you. So, but some of that stuff does float around a little bit in there, but it's all in there. So thankfully truck's not too big, but depending on the situation, it would be nice to have it all organized in something like that, to be honest.
Yeah. But then again, you living in New York, shit, your grandma might steal it from you.
Yeah, and every time I get stopped for anything, they're gonna be, well, what do you got in there? So that looks different. What's that? So yeah, same thing I'm thinking with the hoodies, where it always looks like you got someone in your car. If I'm driving to work at 5 a.m. or whatever, because I got to work out of town 4:35, drive by and it's just me. It doesn't look, it looks one way. If it drives by and it looks like the vehicle's full of people, it could look another way. And honestly, I'm more likely to get stopped driving around with a car full of people than I am just by myself.
Yeah. And Gun Loving Grandpa says, your car have a sunroof? No. I know. I wasn't lucky enough to get a Platinum Series used. And I had looked at a brand spanking new Platinum Series Rogue. I just couldn't see myself spending that kind of money on it. I don't know. I'm kind of a cheap bastard. Woman, are you yelling kind of over my shoulder?
So, Outcast Sam of Anarchy wants to know if you have plans on moving out of New York, and I know you've talked about it before. Are you any closer to it, or?
Yes, I do have plans. Unfortunately, it's been delayed a little bit. I've acquired an investment, basically, or property investment deal. Didn't really acquire; I had to pay. But there's, yeah, basically trying to set this up first before, and I think that's probably going to be like a year before things are steady enough, the income back out of that to where I can actually take off. So definitely still planning on it, but obviously this was kind of one of them opportunities I'd be a fool to pass up. So yeah, it's delayed me a little bit for a partial steady income, or steady income. Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm stalled out for money at this point. The fact of the hopes to, make more money in a sense. I just confuse the shit out of myself. So, but yeah, I still plan on moving. Just trying to secure better income or an additional income before I do. I am expecting it to be difficult compared to what I'm used to, because my employment is totally different than the average person and stuff. At this point, sometimes I gotta hide to avoid people. So it's I don't know, it's just different.
So, with acquiring rental property, have you thought about when you do leave? Are you gonna contemplate selling the property, or are you going to hire like a property management company to take care of the property for you?
I plan on basically probably going to use that as a pit stop checkpoint place, in a sense. So at least one of the apartments. So therefore, due to family, other things like that, I'll have to travel back and forth here. So I'd rather just, stay at my own place if that's what it is, or get a hotel or with family. So basically I could do that, is what I was thinking. There's, I don't know, I might end up selling something, but I'm not sure yet, because along with the one, I ended up getting like 3 lots. So 2 are empty, one's got a 3-story apartment building on it. So basically, I'm not sure how I'm going to break that up, but that was initially all done off a land contract. So there's more stuff I got to look into, if I can split it up, what it's going to cost, things like this. So, but that's what my $3,000 attorney's for. Just to start.
Was that $3,000 retainer?
Yeah.
That's not a horrible retainer.
Fuck that. That's bullshit, man.
So there's attorneys out there that will charge $5,000 to $10,000 retainer minimum.
I didn't kill nobody.
And that's not even including that their billable hours are like $3,000 an hour. And if you're going to go into a courtroom, whew, buddy, you're talking probably like $3,500 to go into a courtroom.
Man, well, it's funny how nobody knows anything around here when you try to, figure out how you're supposed to do this, and everybody's like, "Oh, call your attorney." It's like a freaking racket. Like, there should be some forms I could just go fill out and deal with, but God
You
forbid.
can. I mean, all that stuff is on your court's website. Um, so you could easily go and research that. And especially if you go and look at the law library, it's just no one wants to tell you that because then you're not paying, $3,000 to retain an attorney. There's always ways of being a
Sounds
cheap
about right.
bastard. There's always ways to be a cheap bastard. And some of those places will offer you like a free half-hour consultation.
Yeah, I've done a couple of those. All
Yeah, so
right, basically.
you go in there with a list of your questions and tell them that you won't retain them unless they can answer those questions satisfactory to your liking, and you'll see how quick they're after that money. So they're going to answer questions. They may not answer every single one of them, but they're going to answer a majority of them, so that this way you'll give them that retainer for them to then answer you the rest of those questions. So,
Damn attorneys.
yeah.
But between attorneys and weathermen, the country would be a lot better without them. So it might be a little harsh. Think about it. Both those jobs, you get paid either way in most cases.
So do doctors.
It's like the only loser is the people, the people hiring pretty much, because in the end, the courts make money, the attorneys make money. Even when you're right, you got to pay to prove you're right half the time. I mean, it's just bullshit.
Yeah. Mandatory area says you're interviewing a potential employee. DJ says, how much money did you drop on your defense team?
Is that a question for me?
No, he was asking.
I don't know. All right. No comment. What kind of question is that?
So you're still looking at maybe Tennessee, Rob, or you're looking at other places too?
Yeah, that's basically been the focus, was Tennessee. I mean, we had the trip plan to go kind of verify, looking at things. We won't make a commitment until we actually kind of set ground and seen places. Obviously, definitely don't want to buy something unseen or this or that. So,
I mean, what's the worst part of that? Buying sight unseen.
oh boy. There's different types of people in the world, and I'm just not one of them. So I can tell you that. I want to know every damn thing.
Oh, yeah, I was kind of being a smart ass on that. If you're going to be buying, I mean, I guess if you bought an empty lot, sight unseen, through a reputable realtor and stuff like that'd be one thing, because you already know what you're doing. You're buying a piece of land. And of course that can easily be seen via video conference. So you wouldn't actually have to be there to put foot on land. But the cost of running all your, your septic lines or sewer lines, the cost of running electricity to the property, or, is it already there? All that kind of stuff would have to be a factor. But of course, you already know that working construction.
Yeah. Plus, ditches, right of ways from roads, a lot of stuff you gotta look into. And for me, the location, what's around it, where does it sit, how is it laid out? So, there's two ways I was planning on doing it, in a sense. One is just getting somewhere and spending more time looking into the ideal spot, but trying to look for a spot to make our own place. So, and with that, that's not going to be near a city, so I'm not going to be, sewer lines. So, like, I'm obviously going to need a septic and things like that, but that's a different story in a sense. So, I'm trying to be as unconnected as legally possible, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
Like
the areas I'm looking at, there's, in most cases, I got to deal with federal codes or isn't even county codes. I don't want to give plans to my house to anybody.
Yeah. Are you looking at some place that has water rights, or that already has, some place, like a river or creek or something close by that you can possibly run a hydroelectric setup so you can create your own electricity? Or have you put any kind of thought into that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And that's what, and right now land's hard to find, people will tell you, in a sense. Prices are going up, like with the cars and things like that. So it's even harder to find like ideal places, like what I'm looking for, because there's a lot of other people looking for this type of stuff too, like strategically buying land where you want it. So that makes it even a little harder in one sense. But the good thing is I want to be near nobody, basically. So that's where things start cheapening up. So, I'm fine with making my own road. That's not, most people don't, they want easy, they want a paved driveway, and they're, they want people to admire their house. I don't even want you to know mine's there.
Yeah. So I see we got Jet 001 out in the crowd. Welcome. I don't know if anyone watches his channel, but he's got some pretty good videos out there. So yeah, I see. Oh, I guess I missed. Vanessa Key showed up, so welcome. DJ Play Nice is out there making comments. Thoughts of an Old Soldier. I missed him coming into the room, so welcome everyone, guys and gals. Sam says plenty of land in Maine and New Hampshire.
Cold, though. Cold. We considered it. That's one of the ones that's popped up. Some of the areas where things might work out decent, but man, if anything, I'm looking for warmer, not colder.
Still trying to talk the wife into Missouri. Land is cheap.
Tell her they got fried okra down there in every corner.
Hey, woman, Rob brings up a great point about why we should move to Missouri. They got fried okra on every corner.
Just trying to help you, bud.
Oh. Yeah, she just laughed it off, as you could probably hear. Yeah, I looked online, and I know a couple people that live down in Missouri. Plus, I have some family on my dad's side down there that I've never met. Um, and so yeah, wouldn't mind going there on vacation and like checking everything out, surveilling. Um, you know, I looked. There's definitely a lot of manufacturing facilities. So working manufacturing for the last like 20 years shouldn't be a hard time for me to get a job.
Yeah. I think it's always a good idea to go check things out first because, as most people know, the grass isn't usually greener on the other side. You're just maybe seeing things a little differently. So it could be better, but at the same time, it might just be different in the same or worse. So it's always good to look into things. So
Yep, I've done the up and just move cross country before. Uh, moved all the way to South Carolina for a damn good job. And money doesn't always buy happiness, let's put it that way.
yeah, and sometimes it's just not what that one aspect's great, and the other things just don't work out too well. So I mean, it all depends what your goals are, what you want out of life. Some people only think of success, and when they think of success, they think of money and value and shiny stuff. Other people just want to survive and enjoy life, I guess. So there's a fine balance of probably in between that as well. So depends what drives you, what you're into, what you're willing to deal with, your sacrifice for. So everybody's different.
I think at this point in life, I'm ready that I want to have I don't need like a huge chunk of land. Um, something like 5 to 10 acres would be great. Um, so this way you can be a little more self-sufficient and self-reliant. Um,
Ready to dig in, and how's it go? Don't ask me for shit. Everything I got, I worked hard for it.
Yep.
Don't cross my lines.
Yeah. Yeah. So when we were in South Carolina, there's still times I kick myself in the ass for it. We had the opportunity to pick up almost 50 acres of land for dirt cheap. I mean, dirt cheap. And again, if we would have held on to it for a little bit and everything, we could have either leased the land out and let them build like a strip mall or apartments on there, or we could have just waited till the rest of the area around that was filled up and then been sitting on that property and sold it for quite a bit of money because it was right in the area where they were starting to expand and put out a lot of businesses and in a growing town. So it would have been a great investment opportunity, but we didn't do it.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Sometimes it could be for the better. Sometimes it's for the worse. There's a few sweet deals that, looking at them, you would have thought they were sweet. I passed on them, and thank God I did, because shit would have blown up. So sometimes it's just meant to be or not be.
Yep. Yeah, I figure if it would have been right, we would have pulled the trigger on it. So Lee's saying that there's plants in his neck of the woods that are hiring. Yeah, right now, like shit, any manufacturing plant is hiring because pretty much no one wants to be working. And so it's, of course, that's with everywhere. I mean, manufacturing plants, McDonald's, restaurants are all friggin' hiring. Hell, there's a Del Taco that says that they're like hiring for starting at like $13 to $15 an hour. And no one's even applying.
I don't know if I'm employable. I'll be honest.
Oh yeah, I guarantee you could get onto an established construction site, or something like that. You could probably even get on. Like if you went to Tennessee or any place, there's probably like apartment complexes or whatever that would take you on as a maintenance facility, stuff like that. At least you could do that till you could get your business going.
Maybe it'd be ideal, but I don't know. You know what I mean? That's just, I don't know. I'm not good at dealing with bullshit, honestly. So it depends. Yeah, not like I'm stuck on myself or anything like that. I don't mean anything like that. But I don't know. Yeah, some people just shock me what they deal with for a paycheck. So and like when I went to Wyoming, shit, my first week I was regretting it. Like, they're expecting me like a job. They're giving me jobs that they're expecting to take all day, and I got like 2 or 3 done by lunch, and they don't know what to do, and they want to send me home. And it's like, oh hell no! So I drive to the shop and start sweeping the floor. They look at me like I'm freaking crazy. Like, I didn't drive 1,600 miles to come work half a day. Like, like that. I don't know. I don't know. So some of these, they're so bad, it makes me look good, and I become a problem in some cases.
Yeah, so and
I don't know if you can relate to that in any way or not, but it's strange, but it's a thing.
Yep. I mean, that's kind of the way it is in everything. You got people that will just get in there, bust out the work, and be done with it. And then you got people that will drag that work out for hours and hours.
Well, that's me. And no, I'm not going to the bar after work or going to go bowling with you every weekend. So I'm not going to be in the in club, and I'll be the outcast that's here to make my money and do my job and leave. So, and they never have a complaint. So, you know what I mean? So I don't, I'm not there. I don't go to work for friends. I go to work because I'm there to make money and leave, do the job right, have a good reputation. So therefore it branches out from work. And a lot of times your boss will tell you to do stupid ass shit. Like, hook up a 50 amp stove to a 30 amp line. Like, yeah, that's a genius idea, but you're not supposed to tell him not to do that. And then that becomes a problem. Now he's got to stick up his ass. And then 2 weeks later, something else comes up. You're the asshole that's being the problem. So instead of fixing their shit or knowing what the hell they're supposed to do, they just want to shit on you. And, I will go to jail. I just don't want to.
Yep. Definitely understand that one. Vanessa says it was like that in Arizona. They tried to tell me to slow down.
I had that happen when I worked at the shipyard in Bremerton. One of the old guys yelled at me, "Slow down, you're making me look bad."
Yeah, it's sad sometimes. It's amazing.
But he was also the guy that he got in trouble. We're working in a containment area. Well, he was. I wasn't working with him that time. But we would remove hazardous materials off the cut up submarines, so PCBs, lead, paint, all that kind of stuff. But so he's in a containment area, and he's leaning over the edge of the containment area, smoking. And so he got yelled at to put his air-fed hood back on. So he put his air-fed hood back on, cut a little hole in front of his mouth, and was smoking through the little hole.
Yeah, I don't know.
And DJ, yeah, Bremerton, Washington.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people know the term Bremelo, but don't know it comes from Bremerton.
Like, I feel bad now. I could definitely work for somebody, but it's got to be no bullshit. I do my job. I don't get screwed. I don't have to chase down my paycheck. I don't have to follow you from the bar. I don't have to wait till you get back from vacation. You treat you like a goddamn employee. You know what I mean? But in the trades, people get funny sometimes. So it's an issue, but they got their damn money. That's that type of shit where you'll get somebody visiting you.
Yep, I have definitely heard of that happening. When I was a teenager and I worked some construction work, there were some times where, all of a sudden it's supposed to be payday and the boss is nowhere to be found. Maybe a couple days later, he showed up in a brand new truck, and you're like, well, where the hell's my money?
Yeah. And it's strange, but a lot of times, I've been in a company where they hired me and they were going out of business. I didn't even know it. got hired. So I could have been somewhere else, took that job, worked there, and right before Christmas they shut down and went out of business. But because I was the only one that didn't instantly threaten to kill the guy, I still got paid. He didn't have enough to pay everybody, but he still hired people. Like, it's pretty shitty. Like, yeah.
Yeah. So we got Barnaby Sanchez out in the crowd. Welcome, buddy.
I think having your own clientele is a lot better than relying on like subcontracting off other people, because that's, it can be headaches.
I think if I was going to do something like that, unfortunately, you'd probably have to have money up front. And hardly anyone's going to pay up front.
Depends on your state, your laws, all that type of stuff. I know in my state, I can't demand a down payment, but I don't have to do your job technically. So the way I usually do is like a third down and 2/3 upon completion, usually. So that way I'm not out materials, costs, and everything else. But I run my business totally different than everybody else, which is what keeps me so busy in a sense, is I don't upcharge for materials. And it's a common practice. It's just how it is.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, I make money off labor, not materials. And a lot of people are like, what? You're a freaking idiot. But everybody beats on my freaking door because, they know they're getting ripped off everywhere else. So when you think about it, I'm still getting the same wage. It's just you're not getting ripped off and getting charged double for everything. And a lot of times I can even get you a discount for your stuff. So that right there, I don't have to put an advertisement up anywhere. I got to hide. And legally in my state, that saves me from a whole bunch of bullshit too. That, I won't get all into it as far down the road as taxes, business accounts, all types of different things, because technically I'm not paying for the material. So therefore I don't have to draw it out of an account. Like if I need a tube of caulk, I don't have to pull it out of that exact account to answer for it, because they bought that shit already. It's not out of my pocket. So like just on the material cost, nobody can compete, honestly. Like they and it's a lot of the crews, like the big ones around in my area, I've already worked for. Like I've worked for them, I've sold for them. So me and the owners, hung out, we bump into each other. Like this is, they know, but there's nothing they can do.
So I see we got Pat Hirsch out in the crowd. Welcome. Yeah, I just subbed his channel not that long ago because I didn't even realize he was putting any. I had looked for him a long time ago, and nothing showed up, and so I was like, whatever. And then, what was it? Not Thursday, but the week ago, the Thursday that I ended up finding out that he had a channel, and so I went and subbed him. He's got a couple good videos out there where he's comparing like the Ruger 9 and I think it's the Security 9. So
Probably be a popular reviewer comparison, I'd assume. A lot of people tend to be interested in those.
yeah, especially they're the newer newer, you know, entrance into like pocket carry. So it was the Ruger Max 9 and Smith & Wesson Plus 9. I actually was looking at a Max 9 yesterday. So,
You mind if I jump back to the last topic for just 1 second?
go for it. We don't have any
I
forums
just
here.
want to add, just to give an idea, because it may have been confusing in some cases or whatever. I subbed for other people. Basically, there was I met an assistant DA a long time ago. She asked me about a roof, all this stuff. Told her about a roof. She ended up calling a company instead of calling me. That company called me. So when she came home, I was still the guy on the roof doing the job. But it would have been cheaper to just pay for me and one other person than 5 or 6 plus the bosses up, everything, because I was already separate and subbing her. So I tried to offer her a deal, but she went with the big company, and the same guy did the job anyway. And so that's when that gets around. You don't need advertising. All right.
Yeah,
I'm sure
I
nobody
mean,
probably cares. I'm just putting it out. It's like it's the same quality or whatever. You know what I mean? It's the same job. It's just some people like to pay more because people have shiny trucks, I guess.
yep. Sometimes it's the flash that gets the cash. You know? It gets to be weird out there. Pat's saying that he likes the high-vis sight on the Ruger a lot, and he wants that for his Smith. So, we got Gunpowder Beauty out there. Welcome. Yeah. I don't know, like I was saying earlier, I think I just want to kind of start getting ready to slow down, you know? I'm kind of getting tired of the rat race. So, if I can figure a way of transitioning from the rat race to a more laid back kind of style, I think that's kind of where I want to be right now.
Tired of buying Glock parts, just get an M&P.
Shit, then you gotta sit there and, I mean, there's so many friggin' aftermarket parts you gotta do to that. I mean, look at you. You gotta go.
No, you don't have to do anything.
You know,
nice. That's just supposed to be a thing. That's just a thing.
Trigger kit.
I didn't do a trigger kit.
Not yet, but you're thinking about it.
Yeah, I've considered it, but honestly, I've polished the hell out of mine, so it works fine.
See, I didn't even
can hit
polish
what I
mine.
want to hit with it, so
I haven't polished it. And it's funny because it's like I've got a bunch of aftermarket crap for the Glock, and the only thing that I actually have on it right now is my extended takedown, my extended slide stop, slide release, and mag release. I have that rock slide that I bought, and yeah, I don't even.
it's a shame. None of that original stuff was good enough. What a shame.
I run The only thing that's not original is the takedown and slide stop, slide release, and mag release. But I'm running the factory slide, factory sights. Yeah, it's pretty much bone stock. So,
Oh, I'm starving.
yeah.
Looking at the steak, all these ingredients for salad around here. House is full of junk.
Are you
Got a
gonna?
party tomorrow? And I'm just supposed to stare at this shit all night? Like, good luck with that.
You're already eating the celery?
Yeah, I got into some chips.
Oh, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. You went with healthy.
I'm being honest. They aren't Cheetos, though.
They're not Cheetos. I've actually been going with Sun Chips. Sour cream and onion. Oh yeah, that was my G23
Dairy and veggies.
that I was racking, and it's the factory slide. I had to double check that it was clear before I dry fired it.
That's what's going on out in the chat.
People are saying hi to each other. And then Sam of Anarchy asked about the what slide was someone racking, which it was my slide being racked. So I've got to do a video. My El Cheapo mag holder, you can hear it just rattling. Because, yeah, I don't know. The rubber band's being stretched. So, when everything is back in good times and we aren't struggling to find ammo, what is your typical carry ammo?
I assume you're speaking to me. So that's usually quantity critical defense. I believe it is, or critical duty. I think it's critical defense. And Winchester FMJ.
I run the Horde Entity Critical Defense in 40 165 grain. So yeah.
Oh, I do Minuteman in 40. 380 is just, I think, laser brass, round nose. Those are the two that I carry the most.
So Pat says, has anybody shot the Hellcat?
No.
I haven't. Carolina EDC has a review on it on his channel, and he's got a link also, but I think he might be busy.
Keith Gregory says he has.
I have.
You have or haven't?
Haven't.
I've heard it's kind of snappy. But then again, you know, you get into some of those smaller, you know, pocket carries, and of course
That's the one with the channel sights or gutter sights.
No, that's so you're thinking of the 365 SAS.
Okay.
That has like the bull sights that are sunken into. Pretty much, it looks like what they did was an RMR cut, and then put you know, your bull sights on there so that they're sunken in, so they sit flush with the frame or the top of the slide and everything. So I don't know. It never grabbed my, you know, I want to go check this thing out. I mean, because they had shaved the slide stop, so that there was just, it was so that you could carry it in a pocket or whatever and not have a snag point. And it just didn't interest me at all.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I haven't shot either.
Oh shit, Burnaby, get to feeling better, bud. He says, well, I'm in the hospital with pneumonia from getting COVID, but getting great care.
Yeah. Wish you luck, man. Hopefully you get a hot nurse and a sponge bath.
A couple sponge baths. Because those hospital rooms are not cheap. Yep, you're looking like $3,000 a day to be in the hospital.
I just avoided it with my kidney stones.
Yeah, so
No.
did you do anything like drink some cranberry juice or anything like that?
Yeah. Cranberry juice, drank a lot of that. Water. Tried to flood myself with water when I could drink. The first couple days, first day and a half, I couldn't. I mean, you could, but you're just throwing it up anyway. So after you do that 4 or 5 times, you kind of get tired of it. But basically, yeah, still slamming stuff down, trying to, get back ahead of the game with hydration. So I know that was definitely probably a factor in it. So that's what I was told in the past. And I'm pretty dehydrated, unfortunately, or was. So technically now even I still am, but I'm working my way back up. No heavy duty today as far as work. I've had stuff to do, but nothing physically strenuous or anything like that. And tomorrow should be a cake day too. So hopefully by the time I get back into physical stuff, I'll be fully hydrated and good to go. So feel a lot better. Like through the main problems, but I'm not at technically 100%. That makes sense.
So, Gun Loving Grandpa has a question for you on the screen.
Of course. Damn you, Buck. Okay. Now I gotta get all technical and shit. Yes, I did use a deep tissue massager. Okay. That does vibrate, but it's a massager. It's nowhere near my anus or anything like that.
You can call it whatever you want.
And yeah, it's intimidating looking. Okay, it's like 120 some odd bucks. The kid bought it for the lady as a gift. No, it's not a sex toy. You would probably hurt yourself with that thing, so I'm told. Does have different tips. None of them look like a penis. None of them. But I did use the ball tip, big ball, like
whatever
nothing you want to, conceal carry. Okay. On my side, the path, where your tubes go down to your bladder. So, and I vibrated the hell out of it. Basically my stomach with clothes on, no lubes. And, it seemed to help.
So then he says, should we call Black Cat?
You can. I mean, if you want CNN, go right ahead.
Sam of Anarchy says that he runs Federal HST 124 and Spirit Gold Dot 124. So I'm pretty sure that you're helping Burnaby laugh his ass off. And it sounds like I changed the subject back to like one of the very first topics. It sounds like I've got XM radio that I have no clue that I... Yeah, that's a toy. We don't care what you say. That's a damn toy.
No, it's not. It's not, man. That's the ball.
Yeah. No. Oh. I'm pretty sure you've got Pat out there laughing his ass off. He's probably like falling down. Okay, yeah.
Well, I didn't know about that one. But that's,
Sure you didn't know
maybe
about
it came
that
from China. I don't know.
Oh, God.
See. crazy.
Oh,
Yeah. Should have never said anything about that damn massager. Trying to help people out, but no. Yeah, that thing's pretty rugged. Like, when I very first got it, I like put it on my back of my shoulder, and she was like, "Oh, here, I'll do it." She pushed it on like I guess my spine. Holy crap! Like my neck was cramped for like 2 days after that. It did feel like a jackhammer on my neck. Son of a bitch.
yeah. This door is just wide open. I'm not even reading any of these to you because
Yeah. What do you expect,
this one, from Burnaby, 220 volt power. Oh. Okay, I guess we can take you off full screen now.
Yeah, I'm done sharing, bastard.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I hope karma gets you. You get a nice, badass kidney stone, and we'll see how funny it is.
Hey, I'm not the one laughing at you. I told you to drink cranberry juice.
Sure.
I told you to drink cranberry juice like the very first day you said you had a friggin' kidney stone. That was back on what?
No, if you had
It's
any
like-
integrity, you'd ban them all.
Oh.
Just kidding.
Oh no. No, that one right there. Yep. I'm definitely laughing at that comment.
Man, it's getting deep in here. It's getting deep.
Oh, these guys are not gonna be nice to you. I mean, here you had something blocking the ability to pee without it feeling like somebody's stomping on your balls, and they're like, "Let's see what kind of jokes we can play on him."
Yeah, sounds about right.
I have some Spear Gold Dot 180 grain for the 40, and I haven't tested any of them, so I knew I was low on carry ammo, because I screwed up and mag dumped my carry ammo in my hashtag shorts video that I did. Yeah, that was carry ammo in both of those firearms. But so I couldn't find any.
Dumbass.
I couldn't find any critical defense and stumbled across some gold dot that wasn't too horrible of a price and grabbed a couple of boxes of those and like, okay, well, I'll throw them in the ammo box as a just in case. But yeah.
Yeah, I think I've got some Critical Defense 9, but I haven't loaded the mags with it yet.
Yeah. I found some critical defense for the wife's 320. Shit, she's got probably 10 boxes of friggin' self-defense ammo.
I can't speak for like meat targets in a sense on that aspect, but I know the HST and the critical defense blows through walls and objects about the same as anything else. So that means anything to anybody.
So the only normally if I'm gonna have carry ammo, I go and I test to see if when I squeeze the trigger, is it going, dead on aim, or is it flying to the left or to the right? Did I screw up and yank the trigger or whatever, to be able to account for that. But every firearm will shoot different, some firearms like certain types of ammo over other types of ammo. So I haven't put it through that test. And I won't put it through that test till I can actually find some more. And actually not overpay.
Yeah, defensive ammo is one of my lacking areas as far as stock or whatever. I've got a few boxes of this and that, but it's nothing I've really invested much into. So my issue is doing the same thing you did, is, showing up and getting all excited and dumping your freaking defense ammo on the range like a dumbass sometimes. I mean, it's good to like to check it or whatever, see where, your point of impact and whatnot. But when you got all that, sometimes you don't feel like wasting $20, right off the jump, but whatever it may be. But yeah, my deal is just cycling it out. I know a lot of people are picky. I've heard people say like quarterly they'll change out their ammo and stuff, and I just don't think ammo goes bad that quick. Personally, I don't see that. Depends what you're doing. A lot of people don't even get dirty in their normal life, so blow the fuzz off. I'm sure it's fine. I don't know, but I usually swap out like maybe twice a year, and that's usually just because I'm concerned about, I guess, chambering, and that's one thing. If you do it enough with the same rounds, it seems that might lead to trouble. Yeah. But other than that, I don't. Yeah. Don't change it like a lot of guys claim to. It's that's the ammo. Yeah, in a sense, you hope to never need to use to defend your family's life or your life or this or that. And you want good stuff when you do, but shit hits the fan or go to war or something like that. It's it's FMJ all day pretty much. There ain't no way in hell I could afford to shoot hollow points like I've shot FMJ. It's just not a thing. So
right.
And penetration is a biggie. I don't want to give up penetration. That's why I got to carry handful of magazines in New York. So if I got to carry so many, I might as well have a few FMJ, because I don't know if they're going to be shooting from a car, if I'm in a building with steel doors, I don't know. And I'd rather shoot you through the door than open the door. So or through the wall. I don't give a shit. But it's good to have that advantage. A lot of people, penetration is an issue, but at the same time, it can be an issue the other way too.
Yep. Well, later, Jet. Gun Loving Grandpa says, has anybody heard of Buffalo Bore ammo? Yes. I actually have Buffalo Bore in my Judge. That's the defensive ammo I run for the Judge. Is the Buffalo Bore.
They run pretty hot.
Yeah, I think they're like 1,400 feet per second. In the 45 Colt. Rob went, look at what Rich decided to say to you. I see we got TPC out in the crowd.
That's funny.
So, but
I kind of look at it like, people when they get on the battle rifle thing, 5.56, 308. What do you want to do? If you could only take one, a lot of people lean towards they're going to take that heavier gun. The reason being they can get through more shit because people like to hide and shoot from cover.
See, and when I did my video on it, if I could only have one gun,
there's a lot of differences with that. Depends on, they weren't defined, but go ahead.
I went with just keeping my 23 because of the versatility. I mean, you got the Micro-Roni. You've got 22 conversion kits. You can run a 357 SIG barrel in there. You can run a 9mm in there. So all out of the same firearm. So you have all the different ammos, and if you grab a Micro-Roni, you can still use that for a little better for distance shots. So, Sam of Anarchy says, okay, what's your guys' best defensive shotguns?
I only have one, so it's a Maverick 88 Security. That would be it then.
So there's going to be people that are going to be butthurt about my choice, and I've shown the video of it. That KSG, you're talking 26.25 overall inches, 14+1. The versatility of it is so much. I mean, you got two different tubes, so you could be running, slugs out of one tube and run double-aught buck. You can run birdshot and double-aught buck. You could, you got so many different choices, and you can be able to switch back and forth, without having to, either reload or alternate your rounds. So you can make that choice, and you have little slots on the side, so you can definitely see how many rounds you have left in each tube.
Well, I like the what is it? America's First like modular shotgun, I believe it was called. Something like that at one time. I know it was advertised. Basically, Mossberg 500. And that's because I'm cheap. Yeah. I think there's options I would take over that for sure. But at the same time, bang for your dollar, I don't, on a lower aspect, I don't think you're getting much better personally. Yeah. But as far as like shit hits the fan or any of that type of stuff, I think you're going to have a lot better chance finding parts, not running into certain issues. I mean, they even built it with dual extractors. So if one breaks, you're still going. I don't know. It's not the best thing out there, but for my budget, it was the best thing that I could purchase at the time. And all in all, that I think a decent shotgun. It's just whether you can feed it quick enough, and that's on an individual.
Yeah. And then, so again, I was at Field and Stream yesterday, and they had the KS7. They wanted $700 for, and they had a KSG Tactical that they were asking $1,000 for. I'm like, why would I buy it? The KSG Tactical when it doesn't even hold as many rounds, and the length is, they're still the same length. The KSG and the KSG Tactical are the same exact length, but you lose a couple rounds. So I don't see what the point would be to go with something like that. It looks like Pat says he has to jump out, so have a good evening, Pat.
Off to buy a massager, isn't he?
Probably. He just saw what your brand was and was like, I gotta go order me one.
You guys sold a few of those, but for the wrong intention.
223 DMR is here, so welcome. TPC said he just got a second Panzer AR-12 for $300. So
I had my eye on a KSG for a long time, but not a long time. I had my eye on them as soon as I heard about them initially, but they were shopped and get them until, I don't know, a year later, something like that. And of course, I don't remember what they were, like 1,200 or something like that here when they
first came out.
I was like, and there was all those bad reviews and everything, and I was like, $1,200 at 50-50 if it's going to work.
So,
I don't know.
What a lot of people were having problems with it, and what a lot of people do have problems with them. So
the mini shells.
Well,
Is that what you're going to talk about?
No.
Okay. Sorry, I'll just wait and listen to what you were trying to tell me before I start talking shit.
So a lot of people have chambering issues on them, and it's because they're not stroking them. They're not, when they're like trying to rack and stuff, they're not actually racking it hard enough and stuff. And so when they first came out, like you were saying, that they were probably about a year wait. And yeah, they were $1,200 to $1,400. And they came with this like funky like hand stop that were on there, and what you needed to do was take that off and put a vertical grip on the front of it, so that this way you could actually get a full purchase and be able to rack that thing. You've got to actually forcefully rack it, and people won't do it, so they end up short stroking it and not picking up a shell, or just completely dropping the shell onto the ground out the butt. So, or people would forget to hit the release so that you could pump it. So there's a couple different issues that people were having. But again, that comes with learning your weapon. Go ahead, Rob.
Oh, no, I was just saying, yeah. I mean, obviously, that sounds like user error. And that's where training was something, has its advantage, I guess. But as far as, short stroking, I mean, that's, you can do that with the Mossberg 500 or an H&R or Maverick 88, you got to manhandle that shit. I think it's a different state of mind when I jump to a shotgun. So it should be, is how I look at it and try to make it. So, you got to work it. So, but yeah, and then if you got a different manual of arms and you got selectors and now you got a release and all this other stuff to mess with, it could probably make you not look so cool on video your first few times out, I'm sure. So, but obviously that's falls to the person. So yeah, I was just figured I'd wait a little bit and see, how things played out at that point, and then tried to buy this. I think it was like a Sega 12. I think it was, came in, so I was gonna buy that. And it's one of them things where I was like, oh, like I should just buy that. And then I was like, went home, thought about it, just bring the idea up across the lady, and she didn't seem negative. So I was like, well, shit. So then it was too late, and I went down the next day, and a police officer bought it right in front of me. Son of so I missed out. And who knows how things would have turned out with that. So, a lot of people had their differences with that as well. So, so I don't know. I just kind of lucked out a couple times on different things, or held off. The Mossberg's always been tried and true, and honestly, that's kind of been a test bed. I've shot so many different things out of that thing. I mean, plumbing parts, nuts and bolts, all types of crap. You name it, I probably shot it. I wish I kind of did videos, a long time ago, in a sense, because I would. Well, anyway, it's probably, I don't even know if it. Anyway, I've done a lot, and that thing's held up no problem. And actually, I would be willing to bet it's cleaner than somebody else's that shot the same amount of rounds. I would almost be willing to bet, like, if you get a microscope or whatever on the barrel and this and that, I'm betting it's even in better shape. And I think that has to do with, like, half the rounds I've ever shot out of this thing has been wax, like mixed, but wax. And it's just so, like, I tell it, like, it's, yes, you still got to clean it, but it's almost like self-cleaning.
Yeah, that's what, I've kind of heard that with people who fire the like powder coated rounds out of their like handguns and stuff, is that there's less leading and stuff. So there's the possibility. So I see we got Rougarou out in the crowd. Welcome. And Gun Loving Grandpa says, what does everybody like, pump or semi for shotguns?
I went with the pump just because I wanted very simple and reliable. I didn't want to have to mess with gas systems or any of that.
Kind of the same, depending on the purpose or whatever, who's paying for it and how it's set up. I think pumps are guaranteed. I like semi-auto though, but affording and being able to get something that's reliable is a little harder for me.
I don't know. Pumps have been around for a hell of a long time, and kind of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Kind of. So I went with the choice of a pump. Just preference, I guess. Rich says he owns both.
Well, you can pump and fire a shotgun pretty damn fast if you play with it a lot, because in your stance, as it kind of gives you that push, I mean, you're automatically boom, you're using it to your advantage, and by the time you're dropping back on target, you're ready to fire again. So now, don't get me wrong, there's tire end semi-automatics with recoil, this and that and whatever, that are probably going to be quicker, but I wouldn't sneeze at a pump action. That's all I'm saying.
At the end of the day, I don't care what it is. I'm not standing down in range willingly of any of them. So we've got JH586, Mr. Jamie. He's a great resource for reloading questions, and him and the Georgia boys do their reloading connection on Friday evenings. So I've got a couple of videos I still have to do. Rougarou challenged me on a pocket dump. Can't do that video today. So
just do it live, man. Just turn the camera on and throw it on the table, bro.
I don't have any pockets.
He doesn't have pants.
He don't even carry nothing. Bunch of Tootsie Rolls in his pocket.
Those aren't Tootsie Rolls.
Yeah, so.
Do you believe that everybody's EDC pocket dumps, do you believe that that's what's actually in their pocket? I mean, how come there isn't any fuzz? There's not a gum wrapper. There's nothing. I mean, the random coin you picked up. I mean,
come on.
I think so. I mean, it just, I don't know. Man.
Did you not see Kingpins? Kingpin. I mean, for a fact that man carries all that stuff in his pocket.
I don't know, man.
I mean, come on, 4 AK or ARs? Why not? I'm pretty sure he keeps those in his back pocket.
A lot of this stuff just looks a little too clean.
Yeah. Rougarou, you could tell his were dirty. And see, here's the thing is, everyone talks about the firearm, but how many people actually carry the firearm in their pocket? More likely than not, it's in an IWB or an OWB, and it's not inside your pocket. Am I wrong?
I don't know. It sounds like a lot of people pocket carry. I mean, you would think there's a market for it. There's a lot of guns out there. I mean, I could see certain people on a golf course or something maybe pocket carry. I don't know. I think it's the type of person, or maybe the circumstance, but it's hard to say. And then there's probably people that carry 4 different ways depending on what they're doing, where they're going. So do they ever pocket carry? Yeah, but are they a fan of it? Who knows? But they do it now and then. I don't know. You're probably right. The majority of people probably don't, but I'm sure lots of people do. I mean, I'm not usually, but I guess if you count a cargo pocket, I pocket carry myself, and I didn't even know it. See?
Well, yeah. I mean, I can see, something like that, but like, if you're talking your actual pockets where you're going to carry your wallet, stuff like that, I don't know.
Well, it's different strokes for different folks, man. Yeah. Like, it doesn't fit my life necessarily with the guns that I would carry or how I would carry, or if I'm carrying 2 guns, whatever. But, somebody else, it just might be the way to go. I don't know. And having something on you is better than having nothing. So, I'm not going to knock it per se. But
hell yeah,
it's not really for me in a sense. I think a lot of people may see it as, oh yeah, here's my wallet, bang, bang. You know what I mean? So, and if that's the case, that's cool. Your age, body style, how you look, how people would perceive, like, there's a perception, there's a lot that goes into different things where things work for some people that wouldn't work for others, or vice versa. So, yeah. Is it part of your game or not? I don't know.
I've thought about getting something, like a little 380, or one of those little, Wonder 9s, that you could pocket carry. Again, I've thought about. I don't know. It might just be one of those. If I would to get it, I'd just end up in the safe. Like, oh, there you go. It's there. I can do it. I just don't.
The only
preference. Go ahead, DM.
Only time that I guess you could consider it pocket carry is if I'm going to somewhere where I can't carry. I've thrown my PPK in my pocket, and then as soon as I get in the car, I'll take it out and put it in the center console. Because I'm just going to that one place where I can't go inside with it. That way I have it in the car. And then when I get home, put it back in my pocket, bring it back in the house.
I see Mr. Carolina EDC showed up, so welcome. Go, Rob.
I thought he was going somewhere else with that story in a sense, but I was going to say that, keeping a low profile might be a good reason to pocket carry a smaller gun in some cases. Maybe legally you're not supposed to have a gun there, or they wouldn't like you to, but you don't want to trust the security guard that's unarmed and staring at his cell phone, or the teenager's ass.
Or like a concert or something.
You take your chances. Maybe. Just saying, I'm a firm believer in trusting yourself.
I'm going to say these are the opinions of Rob and DM Foss, and I would not advise breaking any kinds of rules or laws. But that, again, is on yourself. I had to say that for legality purposes. I completely agree with you guys.
This is all for entertainment purposes, right? That it's just click that little box. It doesn't matter.
I do think I have my channel listed as an entertainment. I don't think it's educational.
YouTube
And we
doesn't care.
have,
They'll hate you either way.
right?
Doesn't it upset you guys? I mean, maybe it's just around here, but it seems like everywhere they don't want you to have a gun, and they got a security guard. Like, it's a freaking joke. And I mean, no disrespect, but if you're 75 and it takes you 3 minutes to get out of the chair, it's probably not a good job for you. Honestly, I think your employers don't like you. They want you to get trampled and killed. I mean, I just, and half of them wouldn't know anything any damn way. I'm not, don't take it wrong. I know there's people out there in security that take their job serious, maybe came from other backgrounds, and, they're just making a little extra cash at these side jobs or whatever. So I'm not speaking for everybody, but a lot of these people, shit, I don't even think they're going to make it up 2 flights of stairs, with any kind of quick response. So I highly doubt you're going to catch bullets for me for your $20 an hour. I'm just not believing it.
So JB says he works for a school system and he can't carry at work, or he won't have a job and could end up in the Gray Bar Hotel. So welcome, Carolina EDC. We could have used you earlier. Somebody was asking about the Hellcat. I don't remember. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have a Hellcat.
Didn't you do a review on a Hellcat?
I did.
Yeah, I think they were just asking about shooting it.
No, I got the GX4 today.
Did you?
Yeah, it's ours. Yeah, I got it today,
Yeah.
so I'm ready to take out and see what it does. I didn't get to shoot it much at the Right Banner 88, whatever it's called. I only shot about 1 or 2 magazines, so we'll see how it does.
Yeah. Did they send ammo with it, or did you buy it for yourself?
No, it's a TNE. Yeah, they don't send ammo. I wish they did. Now, Rock Island will send some ammo with the firearm, but very limited.
I think it depends on the company. Some companies will, other companies won't.
Yeah. Rock Island used to send me 250 rounds for each weapon, but now they only send me 100 rounds. Which is good.
It's better than nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting some rain right now.
So what's going to happen?
What's that?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut in. I was just wondering, I don't know, this is out of left field, but what do you guys think would happen if some YouTuber was giving a firearm review and some ammunition, and then, I don't know, it's, got all drunk in a fight with his wife and shot up his neighbors or something with this gun and ammo? You think that would be the end of the T&E guns?
I think, yeah, it'll be the end of everything. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, that'd probably be the end of YouTube allowing us on the platform. That'd be the end of companies sending out like T&Es. Yeah, that'd be probably a horrible day.
So if that happens to anybody, Don't use the TNE gun, goddammit.
No, I use one that is not serialized. Did I say that loud?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Yeah, no hablo inglés.
Simone,
Entertainment purposes.
hypothetically speaking,
There you go. So what's new with y'all? What's anything new with y'all?
went, looked at firearms yesterday, looked at some ammo. Went to Cracker Barrel again.
Again, 2-hour drive.
2-hour drive. Hour. It's a little over an hour each way.
That must be
Like
a
I
good
said,
Cracker Barrel.
it actually is. They got some pretty good. I mean, the wife got some lemon peppered rainbow trout yesterday, and I'm not a
Yeah.
big fish fan. Not a big fish fan, but yeah,
Yeah.
it was actually really delicious. And I got the Friday fish fry, which was 4 strips of deep fried cod,
hmm
and yeah, it was damn good.
Yeah, Cracker Barrel have been disappointing me lately. They cut out a lot of their menus, stuff on the menus. My wife loves their chicken sandwiches, and apparently they don't make that no more. They cost too much to make it, they said. And that was ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm not happy. They took the big steak off. They got some bullshit 9-ounce or something. I don't know what the hell it is. It's,
Yeah, they even took down some
once I
iron off the
go to
menu.
a place, figure out what I like, that's what I get usually. And they don't have the big steak. They removed Italian dressing. They used to have this fat free crap, which was tasted okay, but it was bearable. They don't even have that. They got nothing for Italian dress. So no Italian dressing,
No
no big
$1,000
steak. And then they screwed up the damn sweet potatoes. They're doing those. I was like, son of a bitch. Like, I haven't been back since.
Yeah. It's pretty similar to Olive Garden. They change the menu every month.
Yeah, I don't know. We've gotten the fried okra, and both times it was good. Not over, not slimy and crap. It wasn't. So, if you don't cook it right, it can be really nasty. But yeah, so far we've gotten, pretty good stuff there. Of course, I'm a cheap bastard, so whatever the daily special is what I'm probably going to get if we go. But yeah. I went down, this time I drove down there just to go to the Field and Stream and to, check out some stuff, some other of the gun stores, and then I was like, crap, it's Friday. They got the cod on sale. I'm going to get that for dinner. So.
I've had their cod. It wasn't bad. I mean, it wasn't anything special. It was, it was cod. You know what I mean? But wasn't any problem with it or anything like that, in my opinion. But the batter was decent and everything, but nothing like, oh my gosh, I'm not driving 2 hours for or anything. Not giving you crap, I'm just pointing out, yeah. it isn't bad, but it's not worth driving 2 hours for.
It's only 2 hours if you add round trip.
Still 2 hours, dude. So you didn't get any firearms yesterday? Or just got your eye on anything? Or?
I found a lot of 40 ammo but I wasn't going to pay like $40 for 50 rounds of Blazer.
Dang.
So
Yeah, ammo prices has gone down in my local gun shop finally. It's $23 a box. That's with tax. 50 round and 9mm. Everything's
yeah,
coming down.
it's been coming down, but most of our ammo has been staying within $5 of normal.
Yeah.
So, I really haven't bitched and moaned. Yeah, it hasn't been like plentiful, but yeah, when you can find it, you pick it up because it is still a pretty good price. Yeah, I wasn't going to pick up that Blazer yesterday when the last time I picked up some 40 ammo, I picked up 5 boxes of 200 round boxes. They were $44 a box. And then you got $5 off every 2 boxes that you bought. So
Yeah, I ordered some from Main Surplus. They had some 9mm for $20 a box.
Rich says Oregon ammo prices have finally caught up to the rest of the country. That was just at a big box store. For some, you go to some of your big box stores, and yeah, they're trying to get what the market will allow. But when you go to your, smaller mom and pop places or some of your other stores, they're the prices are still staying pretty darn good.
Later, Rich White.
Yeah, he's got to go get ready for his wrestling chat.
Kind of the opposite here. The big stores are where you're going to get a deal if you're going to get a deal, and the small shops are comparing it to the other big stores that are selling it high, and then they got they're the small shop fee too. So the small shops are always more in my area.
Yeah. Pretty much if you're out on the West Coast, there's a store that's called Bi-Mart. And it's a members only store. You pay $5 for a lifetime membership. And yeah, they got some
Do they
pretty
still
good
have a limit?
The Field and Stream yesterday, there was no markers that there was a limit, like on the shelf. Some stores still have, you can only get a few boxes, but there was a store I went into and it had a 2-box limit, but they sold me all 3 boxes of 40 self-defense that they had.
We don't have a limit right now for the biggest stores do.
So you said Field and Stream?
Uh-huh.
Okay. To my knowledge, they're owned by Dick's, like same company.
Probably.
So, those are people that put money in to take your rights away.
I didn't buy anything. I just went and looked at it.
I hope you left a shit.
Damn touch it.
So, Sam of Anarchy says, has anyone else thought about putting firearm wall racks inside kitchen cabinet to put your office and bedroom for multiple gun? Remove the shelf and install metal gun racks and add RFID lock? No, I have not thought of anything like that.
Not in the kitchen, but maybe somewhere else.
I think Roll Call has a kitchen gun that he's mentioned before.
I'm not saying that there may not be a firearm somewhere in the kitchen, but I haven't thought about, making a gun safe in the kitchen.
Well, let me ask y'all, do y'all carry a gun around the house?
Not normally.
Yep.
I have some that are just strategically placed around the house. So where I am, there's a firearm. I've got 3 firearms within reach right now.
I always do, because you don't get warning with home invasions, things like that. I mean, yeah, sometimes you do. You notice somebody scoping your place out, all this, but it's not like they ring a doorbell. So, and if I'm to leave my door unlocked, random people will just walk in asking for somebody, some street name, any damn way. So, basically, even when I'm home, doors are locked, all that type of stuff. Around here, like 3 people will run up from around the corner where they parked and just kick in your door and just try to run right through your damn house, take whatever they can get, and right back out. So it's quite common. Elder people are found tied up days later. They'll take everything, including your damn food, out the cabinet. So basically, you may not have time to go unlock your gun, depending what happens. So, and then, you could just go outside to cut your grass, and the junkie from next door wants to start something or this or that, or something that's got nothing to do with you will just fall into your damn lap, and you might have an issue. So that's New York, at least, my area. So it's not like, I don't know, it's not the worst of the worst, but this shit happens every day. And several times, if you're not perceptive, you'll get yourself into some trouble.
Can we do a comparative item for a similar scenario? So I keep an MKA 1919 hanging from a mount on the wall in my office with a 25-round magazine of double-aught buckshot 9 pellet, 1,800 feet per second, with a hair trigger that will empty all 20 rounds in about 2.5 seconds. And so if you run through my front door and attempt to run through my house, I don't even have to call the police. There's not enough left of you to do that. And the holster mount for my pistol length AR-15 on my riding tractor ensures that the junkie up the street ends up thoroughly perforated during any confrontation. New York outcast, you've been invited several times to leave communist China and to join the rest of the conservative New Yorkers who now live in Tennessee with me and who I talk to every day about what a giant crap hole New York is and have left. I no longer feel sorry for you, as you clearly value this experience of being reamed around the cornhole like you owe somebody cigarettes in prison.
No.
Amen.
So, Mr. Medic, you should rewind the show to a little earlier, and you'll see what he was showing earlier.
Oh, I know what he's got. I'm just being funny.
The crap that everyone was giving him on his new toy.
Don't be mean to my boy.
They were. Everybody was giving him crap on that vibrator he just bought.
That's my homie.
Bullshit. See, this is that CNN stuff.
That's not a vibrator. That's a silver bullet massager. You can buy it for $19.99. and it's completely waterproof. And the picture will show somebody rubbing it on her shoulder with a knowing grin on her face, like, who needs a husband? I chipped a tooth on this thing last week, and I've never had it in my mouth.
Wow.
Ringaroo says,
I'm
I love
getting
when
so much hit because you're a massager. Nobody believes that's a massager. Okay. They're like, oh, it's got a pistol grip. Blah blah blah. No, you're giving me so
I'm
much.
just saying,
shit.
what's the cam channel, man? I'm totally into that. I will put your wife through college. Let's do this.
oh,
OnlyFans.
Oh my god, dude.
so Ringaroo says that he loves when Nighthawk enters the chat.
Well, you know, it goes to 8th grade almost immediately when I
Oh. So the man at Tupperware says, had his house robbed the other day. I watched that.
yeah, send you that. I'm gonna hear that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
he did a stream on it.
Sucks. It's a violation. If you haven't been robbed, you don't know what it feels like. But it's a
Yep.
violation.
The people who attempted to do it to us didn't stay very long. They left very quickly.
Yeah, he wasn't home when that happened.
Why not? He says he's a man of Tupperware. I'm assuming that means he's a kept man, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he was.
If I pick on my massager, you know what those Tupperware parties are really about, don't you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hey baby, are any of your girlfriends having a Tupperware party this week? She just completely ignored me.
Nighthawk's like, I'm gonna go and video it.
Dude, my wife and I are pretty old. There's nothing you want recorded from a Tupperware party from any of our mutual friends. Nothing that you want recorded.
Oh,
You know the funny part? There's a bunch of guys saying, what? Wait a minute. What are you saying?
Are you saying there's a set of boobs I've never seen before? My God, man.
oh.
Thought she was just buying Tupperware.
Uh-huh. She's going out to buy a replacement for you. The lights dim. It's like a prison movie when she turns that thing on.
Yeah, we saw that when Rob turned his chainsaw on.
Yeah?
The lights dimmed, table started shaking.
No, man. Battery pack.
Like one of those blowers that they use when you walk down the driveway. You just mount that thing up, pull the crank on it, and go to town. Bite down and give it hell.
Oh,
So, can I be a little gross, G23?
it doesn't bother me one bit.
Okay, so I will kind of keep it PG-13 so you don't get Wait, you don't have 1,000 viewers, do you?
Nope, I'm
Okay.
not monetized, and even if
All right.
I would to ever become monetized, the chats will never be monetized because they'd get demonetized in a heartbeat anyways.
That's true. So we had the strangest experience I ever had is they brought this guy in one time. He was DOA. And what he had done is he had taken a rocking horse and mounted a, 26-inch phallic to it that was something like 17 inches in circumference. It looked like a small garbage can. And he sat upon it and rocked the horse back and forth. Well, he triggered him a heart attack and killed himself. Well, his wife had no idea.
That's-
When she arrived at the hospital, you could hear her scream all the way up and down the hall. It was amazing.
Oh,
So if you're into weird stuff,
It's horrible.
it
Don't
happens
Like
on
die.
a daily.
Almost like a medieval torture device in a sense. Like that's
Yeah.
crazy. Like
Yep.
people got some damn issues, man.
And people pay good money to see those damn issues.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Oh. Yep. And there went the G23 channel. They're going to remove that tomorrow.
No, that was a medical conversation. That wasn't a gross out conversation. The point of that conversation was not to be gross or lucid, but rather to describe a medical condition, often known as the rocking horse syndrome.
Yeah, there's some nasty people out in this world, like people that like to shove rodents up their
Tailpipes.
exit only points.
All right. So
I'm trying to eat here.
I took a friend and her son, who has never been shooting before, to the range today, and I brought every manner of high caliber pistol that I own, including a 629 44 Magnum. And guess what? A 17-year-old kid liked to shoot more than anything else.
The
hand
the
cannon.
38.
No, he loved the 44.
Well, you should have had a Smith & Wesson 500.
Well, I'll bring it next time I have one. I just didn't, I thought 44 would be it, right? I thought he'd fire that and be done, but nope, he loved it.
I had a girlfriend that she was like 5 foot 90 pounds, and she could
Yeah.
shoot the 44 Magnum.
I'm like giving this guy pointers on recoil control, and he's like, "Oh, cool! Blam, 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 blam! Oh, that thing's cool." It's like, okay, dude, sweet. You're totally going to be a gun tuber in a few years. Now we just have to teach you to whine about recoil. Yeah, I have the Smith & Wesson Model 500 in the 4-inch barrel, so. It's just loud and heavy to be loud and heavy. I'm not sure what you would use a 500 for anyway.
Anything you want.
Fly swatting.
38 Super says he's like a liar. He liked the 38 Super.
No, I don't own a 38 Super. I'm sorry. I would not abort the life of a 1911 by chambering it in an inadequate cartridge. No matter how. And an obsolete cartridge for that matter. I think it's time that we move on from some of these obsolete cartridges like 40 and 38 Special and 38 Super.
9mm.
No, 9mm is still very much in active use. As a matter of fact, it's actively in more use by more departments, including the FBI now, than any other cartridge. So we might as well hang on to it.
Number one across the world.
Yep.
Favored by Nazis all around the world.
Sick.
Once you go 38 Super, you never go back.
Does anybody else a little mad that there is a certain aspect of our population that can get 30,000 subscribers just because how they look and be a gun tuber with no content? Anybody else want to get mad at our general population?
It's like that though. I mean, it's not just in this, but other
I
aspects
know.
of life too, in some cases. So, and if you had those assets, you probably wouldn't be complaining. So, you got to play the cards we're dealt.
Yeah, I guess I'd still be doing
life
the same
ain't fair.
content.
You know what I mean?
Yep. I'd still be doing the same content. Let's talk about it. Hey there, America. It's Big Jumbly Dimbimbo here, and I'm here to talk to you about 38 Super Partisan says he shows legs for followers.
Ruguru says, I like 9mm. Sometimes you need non-lethal.
Less than lethal, sir. Less than lethal.
Ozzy's out in the crowd, so welcome, Ozzy.
Oh no. Is Hickok 45's son taking his channel over?
Don't have a clue.
Oh my god. That guy's like chewing on a Valium. I can't watch him. He's got a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle shirt on and a Winchester 30-30. I can't handle this.
The only large channel that I'm subscribed to is Paul Harrell.
I like Paul. I get Paul.
Two Live Moo said, did somebody say Valium?
See, Moo gets it. Clear Eyes is awesome.
I was prescribed Valium when I had vertigo.
That would work.
Didn't do anything for me.
I don't know what you had vertigo. Did you have an inner ear infection?
No, I had the crystal in the ear
Okay. Gotcha.
kind. Positional, whatever.
Yeah. Yay. Well, I guess it's time to liven the chat up a little bit.
Thanks. Somebody needs to.
No sweat. So,
Right?
I've decided that the following things should be written on every single Glock that is sold. You ready?
Rip zone.
No. This is not a firearm that is built as the top performing polymer weapon system. If you compare this to a triple modded top performing weapon system, you're going to be disappointed, and you shouldn't put it on your YouTube channel that you're mad at it. I'm so tired of people comparing a Glock and something that has had, trigger modifications done and 30 other modifications to it and saying the Glock sucks. And Foss, my YouTube channel is up too, buddy. Thank you. I went ahead and restored it.
Your YouTube one?
Yep.
Yep. He has got 9 people following him.
Yeah, I'm outstanding right now. It's not under Nighthawk Medic Shoots anymore. It's just under Nighthawk Medic. And I've been uploading all my content again.
All right, give me a minute.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Including going to be putting up some new content. But the thing about it is, I think everybody's gotten to the point now where they're just comparing Glocks to almost everything else. And at this point, everything else has been modded 40 times. You know what I mean? So why is Glock the national standard to which you bash when it comes to a new development, Polymer 9?
Because it was the first on scene, and it's the most loved firearm out there. Second to the 1911. It's like everyone bashes on a 1911.
No. People bash on 1911 owners, not 1911s. I don't. So it's kind of like if a tree falls in the woods, does anybody care, right? And no one's there to hear it. if you throw something out about a 1911, immediately 50 people dive on top of it, right? Go to a forum where nobody cares about the 1911, and nobody ever says anything about the 1911. Nobody bashes a 1911 versus some new polymer 45. That never happens, right? Unless you've got a guy out there who uses 1911s and nothing but, and he makes some ridiculous argument like, you know, my 7-shot 1911 is twice as good as your brand new USP 45.
So, Sam of Anarchy says if you can't shoot a standard factory Glock, you shouldn't waste your money modding it. Completely true.
Agree. I agree fully.
Oh, my G20, everything I did to it was just cosmetic. I kept it shot well for me with the standard trigger, so I kept the trigger the same. I just put, red pins and guide rod, and just to make it look pretty, whore it up a little.
So, Carolina ADC, this is not a shot at you. DM Foss, why did you make your Glock into a girl gun?
Well, same reason that I color filled one of my 300 blackout.
I remember
that. with sparkles.
Right?
Because I wanted to.
Best reason ever.
He's cool like that.
I don't have a single Glock. You know what? That's not true. I did customize one of my Glocks. So my summer carry, my Glock 28, or Glock 48X, has got the shield arms modifications to it, and then I put night vision sights on it, and then I put a titanium guide rod on it and a different recoil spring on it. And then it's also, the trigger's lightened up. It's a 3.5 pound trigger now. So yeah, I guess I've done some mods to a Glock. It looks different now than it used to. It definitely shoots different. And it also has a metal magazine release.
The only thing that I've done to mine is the pins and slide stop, slide release, takedown, and mag release. So I have a aftermarket slide for it, but it's just a range slide. I only run it at the range.
Oh, they have a Glock 45 in MOS configuration now. Oh, they have a Glock 48 in MOS configuration now. Boy, don't threaten me with a good time.
The 48 was the first Glock that I ever shot.
Was it really?
Yep, and it made me not. I didn't want to like Glock.
Yeah, you got to start with the 19, man, or the 17.
The 48 made me like Glocks.
Yeah.
That's what the range. That's what the range had. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Glock 19 was my carry pistol forever, and then I had a malfunction with one of my modded magazines because I dropped it and the magazine dumped its guts when I recovered it, and so I swapped up to the G45 so I could just be 17 and 17, right? Because there's really not a huge amount of size difference in them.
Yeah, I had the G19X a while back, but after loading the full magazine, that thing was heavy.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the Glock 1911.
I'm waiting for the carbine.
Glock, ooh, I'd take a Glock carbine. I'd do that.
They've in Recoil magazine earlier this year, they showed patents that Glock is patenting for a carbine.
There'll be another one that's like Palmetto State Armory on it. They'll say it, but never comes out.
That's
Just
funny.
putting a patent up doesn't mean anything, really. Doesn't mean you're actually going to make something.
I don't know. I don't think Glock would file for the patent without actually being willing to proceed with it. So maybe we won't see it this year, but I figure probably next year we'll probably see it.
Well, you don't know because they didn't patent a carbine. Recoil looked at all the patents for all the parts and then figured out that you take all these parts, you can make a carbine.
Okay. I like my my CAA carbine, the Roni, for my Glock 17. I have a Glock 17 married to that now. I bought the Glock 17 Gen 5 just for that. That's a nice setup. They make a PCC kit for the Glock 18. That's pretty sexy. Why would you not do a trigger job on a Glock 18? Whose pistol is this? I'm going to hurt you.
So Ozzy says all he's done is a +2 base plate on both of his mags for his 42.
Ozzy, that's where I had the problem, brother. I dropped one of those things in a session, like you would in self-defense, right? Reloaded it later. I pulled it out of my extra magazine pouch, slammed it into the firearm, and it just dropped its guts everywhere. And that was it. That's an unacceptable malfunction for me. That's why I went to the Glock 45. If I can't drop a magazine, its durability is unacceptable.
If I can't drop, yeah, because I'll drop everything. My phone's probably gone flying like 35 times for me trying to catch it when I'm after dropping it, and so then you end up smacking it and throwing it further than what it would have gone if you just would have let it hit the ground.
Oh, only now with a top spin.
So I've done that with magazines also. I've done it. Dropped my KSG. So
Did it break?
no.
I'm just asking because it's scary.
It is scary.
The Glock carbine will fit 100 guns. I don't know. I think that probably the Glock should just buy out CAA and run with their stuff. Of course, probably all of that stuff is about to be illegal.
Yeah, I mean, if people aren't commenting.
If you haven't commented out there, I'm going to mail you my personal address for you to come over here and me smack you with a fish. Get out there and comment.
Yeah, I mean, listening to G-Webs, reading those comments, it doesn't seem like we've put in a whole lot of effort.
Or people just aren't aware. So, I mean, that's a part of an awareness piece, right? Just for fun, I went into one of my local gun shops and I took the new rule set, what would exist in theory if this went through, and I counted up the price on all of the guns that would have qualified as SBRs after the rule set. And then I went to the owner of the store and was like, dude, I want to show you something. And so I showed it to him. The next day he was handing out flyers. It was like $14,000 worth of guns. So I think there's probably just an awareness thing, really. If you can't walk into your local gun store and they're not discussing it, well, it's probably time to encourage.
So Moo wants to know what kind of fish that you're going to smack him with.
A carp.
The answer is a herring.
A herring. A red herring.
Bullhead.
The Knights who say "Nee."
Wait a minute. Rogaroo says there's a whole movement to not comment now? What short bus jockey is leading that?
I haven't heard about that.
What do you even Google?
Mom's demand action. I don't know.
Well, no, they're posting like crazy. But good thought.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard about it either, but I know the other day 2A EDU had a like poll about if people have commented, not commented, or didn't even know about it, and so he did a live stream talking about the comment periods that were going on.
Mm-hmm. That's good. As much of that as we can get going, that'll maybe add some extra comments. I know I've posted. Mine was particularly articulate. I described in detail, great detail, what parts of my body they can kiss.
So we got Mario out there. So welcome, Mario.
I kind of think by this point, people that are going to do it would have done it. Other than that, maybe shows, bringing it up every show or doing whole shows where you can maybe that's going to catch somebody, but I don't know. It seems like a lot of this stuff is preaching at the choir in most cases. The ones that are paying attention are paying attention. So,
Right.
Yep.
Just makes it difficult. And, if anything, don't tell us. Go open your window. Tell the people outside. Tell the people at the gun shop, or like you're saying, tell the people at the grocery store, the doctor's office. I mean, that's where you might have more of a chance, even if it's not the person you're speaking to. It might be the person that's overhearing what you're talking about that has an interest, so or sparks an interest. But I think a lot of times we focus on the wrong group in some cases.
Yep. That and what's it? The receiver definition is 24 days before it closes, and the other one's like 46 days, I think.
This guy's kind of into the world apocalyptic to be saying that we shouldn't comment. I guess he could fall into the category of people who are like, they're using it to make a list. He looks a little bit like the sky is falling more than most people.
I'm gonna jump out. G22.
Are you doing your show tonight?
No, it's next week.
Okay.
Take care of them.
You want to
Be safe,
do
brother.
any closing plugs before you bail out, or you just want to bail?
I guess go check out Nighthawk Medic's new channel. I think it's like his second or third time he's restarted.
What? That's not true. I've done it once.
But go subscribe to his channel. Then I put links for everybody that's been on the panel, earlier. Or better yet, start making videos yourself, because you never
Yes.
know who wants to hear what you have to say.
Yes, and we'll come sub to you. And Foss will totally spam your link because he's Billy Badass and we love him.
Damn straight. Everybody have a good night.
Night, Foss.
Later, man.
Take care, man. Yeah, I think that scared thing is a big problem with a lot of this stuff. Scared to be on a list or this or that. I mean, that's just bullshit. I mean, I don't know. In a sense, I mean, we're probably already on a list any damn way. I mean, if you served in the military, you got to be on a list. You're constantly, according to the political aspect, we're all a bunch of freaking terrorists now.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, they
what's the
flat
difference?
labeled
I mean,
veterans as terrorists the other day. I was like,
I mean, are
really?
you not going to stand up in front of your door for your family because you don't want to be on a list? I mean, the whole idea is to do this before they're at your door. When you're at your door, you're already lost. Like, I don't, I don't know. People hide in the dark, talk a bunch of shit, and in the end, they're a bunch of pussies. I think a lot of gun owners are pussies. I'm going to say what the anti say. I think there's a high percentage of gun owners that are too much of a punk ass to take a punch to the face, and they'd just rather shoot somebody. That's just what it is. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's bad of me for saying that, or you want to diss me from the community, whatever. But I think a lot of people are weak, and they've never even had an ass whooping. They wouldn't even know how to deal with something like that. So, I think maybe they do hide behind their guns.
I think a good ass whooping is a good lesson for people. At least one in your life, right? You learn that you're not bulletproof, and you also learn that it's not quite as bad as you think it might be, right? There's an old saying that a coward endures 1,000 deaths, but a brave man only has to face death once, right? And I mean, I've just absolutely gotten my tail whipped. And it taught me a few things, but one thing that it taught me is, it's not the end of the world to get your ass kicked. It is, however, not a good idea to continually expose yourself to that behavior.
Yeah. At my point, you got to stand for something. If you don't stand for anything, I mean, how should we trust you with anything in life? I mean, people need a line one way or another, even if, it's complete opposite of mine, whatever, at least it's recognized and can be respected. But to be a damn fence hopper your whole life talking shit, I mean, who can respect that?
I don't know if you know that Navy SEAL Rocco. He gets on and talks about different things every so often. But he was talking the other day, he's like, the mask mandate doesn't bother me. It's not a constant free fall, right? A mask mandate doesn't mean suddenly the end of the world, right? There's a stopping point for everybody. And and the guy who was interviewing him, so like, what's your stopping point? He goes, you're not going to put a chip in my head. And I thought, he's right. There's a stopping point for everybody. And I think if more people were willing to actually say where their stopping point was, right, it would give us a better idea of who we were dealing with, right? If your stopping point is they're raping your wife, that's your stopping point, right? That's who you are ultimately. That's what your level of tolerance for government destruction of your rights truly is. If your stopping point is there isn't one, right? They can kill me if they want to, and I don't care. Then you should vocalize that too. I think we have different levels of tolerances, and ultimately, we can't really point fingers at another person and say yours is wrong. I know exactly where mine is, and I'm perfectly willing to discuss it. And that is when the federal government starts to take weapons away from us. That's my stopping point. That is effectively when I start to look and decide how far we need to go to stop their behavior.
Exactly.
And that's, I think a lot of us feel like that's our stopping point, but we're not sure how far we'll go at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, to allow the government to just to walk all over you. I mean, I don't understand why you would do that.
Well, I know where that ends,
Right
right?
in the people.
When they start taking guns, the next step is they start killing people. So
Yep.
that to me is back against the wall, right? So if you're going to come and take guns in some form or another, that means the next step is you're going to start killing us. So that is my back against the wall at that point. So I think each of us have a different tolerance for that and a different understanding of how that works. I am a student of history, and I've never seen history end well once any type of confiscation or social program that removes guns from private homes is implemented.
I mean, it's very well noted, and it's in history many a times. There's a very direct path. Registration leads to confiscation every time. And so if they can get you to start registering your stuff, then they can then come in and start taking your stuff.
When you look at the big picture, I mean, they've been pushing this for a while with people. Be more docile. I mean, just links to the fluoride in the water with that or whatever. There's all different paths you could look at with different things. But, they pretty much teach you to obey. And nowadays is how it is. Authority, no matter what. Even if they're wrong, you're just supposed to obey them. You're not supposed to question things or critical think. You're not supposed to work through it. You're just supposed to say okay and go or do whatever you're supposed to do. Is what I see coming up through schools and things like this, where even you get jumped and you defend yourself and you're getting arrested for a mutually combative fight, even though you were jumped in front of everybody on camera. You're still in trouble. That's what they're doing to the society, to a lot of society, at least a lot of the big urban areas where you get your big numbers and rules the votes and things like that in some cases. So a lot of people, will just let somebody come smack or, punch their wife, and they're just going to pick up their cell phone and call the police. They're not going to do nothing. Like, people they have no balls. They have no self-pride, respect. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, there's certain things that are worth going to jail for, but some people just don't feel that way.
I tell you one thing, you disrespect my wife, and that's going to be a whole different ballgame.
With some people, that's the case, or it could be your child. A grown man and your kid has an argument with another kid or something, and a grown man comes up and just lays your kid out. You're just going to pick them up, go inside, and call 911. I mean, I don't understand, but unfortunately, a lot of society does. I mean, they do that with themselves, with their own people. And then you got like the third party aspects where the lady's getting raped in the parking lot. People are just videoing it from the office instead of going out to do something. Like, people have gotten pretty damn passive. And I think that's pretty much funded by the government in a sense. So, to get a big shift, it's got to be something serious. People got to feel the pressure before anything's really going to happen.
Well, let's be honest for a minute. We tend to paint the Revolutionary War with this brush of brave, heroic revolutionary actions, right? We tend to see it as Paul Revere's ride forward. And the truth of the matter is it wasn't even close to that. It was damn near 10 years of prep work, right? It's recruiting wealthy men. You've got Ben Franklin overseas pulling the French into it so that we had naval support. You've got thousands and thousands of man hours in writing and distribution of pamphlets and recruiting in wealthy men to be a part of the group in order to get this whole process started. So, it's 85% stuff that we're not doing at all as a community, as a nation, right? Do you know of any organization that is attempting to collect money to prevent the overthrow of your rights for the government? Well, not really, right? We have groups specifically nickel and diming us to death, claiming, and some of them actually are, that they're helping defend our Second Amendment rights. But there's no group out there that's attempting to create a financial cash flow around dealing with government overreach. There isn't really one out there. And so if we are to duplicate what we tout as a revolution against a government that wishes to destroy its people, we must start with the first example of a successful process. Well, we actually could start with either of the two examples of a successful process, either the American Revolution or the French Revolution. Now, you can argue that the French Revolution didn't end very well, but it actually began very effectively. The people created their own political party that then fought against the existing forms of government. In America, we created our own political party, raised a butt ton of money, and built an army. We're not doing any of those things. We're standing around waiting for somebody else to be the leader, and ultimately, we feel like we're doing something if we get in a conversation or we send $20 to this person, that person, the other person. But none of those things will make any headway. We have to start doing the same thing the left did to attain power. And that was the left started to financially achieve, right? They started to get investment from private organizations. And once those private organizations were paying into them, then they used that money to bribe politicians. And the fact of the matter is, politicians are, if anything, predictable. If you're the one paying the most money into them, they will vote for your cause. And we've seen that through history.
I keep freaking muting my damn mic.
I don't want to support, a dirty game in a sense. I got to pay somebody to do the right thing and this and that. Well, health care is covered and all this expenses on the people and bullshit. I mean, to me, I'd rather drag you out and shoot you, honestly. We're talking, entertainment purposes, but if you're a piece of shit, you're a piece of shit. I don't care. If you're my piece of shit, you're still a piece of shit. And for our people, for the future of our children, I don't think they should have to buy what's right from our government. I think our government should be reacting to what the public wants. So we need more like statesmen and not politicians, not the dirtiest scumbag to get it our way. I'd like to see all that shit shut down.
How do you make that change, though?
By force, because nobody's willingly going to step away from power. But that's not going to happen until people get squeezed hard enough, and then there'll be a fight between the people as well.
How did we get from we wish to overthrow the government of England to actually organizing sufficiently to do that act?
Years of frustration.
I assume you're going to say with a lot of small steps.
A lot of small steps. We bribed the living crap out of everybody. We bribed diplomats. We bribed politicians. We had millionaires who put their entire financial stake into the concept of freedom from the English government. Millionaires, which is, by the way, in that time period was the equivalent of a billionaire or a trillionaire now, who poured all of their money into that. Okay. They dumped, and if you look through the men who actually signed the Declaration of Independence, a lot of those men lost everything in that process, right? But we convinced them through years and years and years that this was the way they were going to be better and their lives were going to be better and they were going to make more money. So right now, the left has convinced billionaires and trillionaires that the way they're going to make more money is to have control over us, right? So, okay, let's play the flip side of that argument or that coin. How do we play that same game? Because it's New York. It's not really that, Rob. It's not really that the game has been played any differently through history, right? The first revolution was the same process. They're doing the same, the left is doing the same thing our founding fathers did to get their version of America. The left is creating their version of America using that same process. All we have to do is go back to doing business that way. And then we have to remind our children and grandchildren that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. Because, by the way, we didn't lose our kids because we didn't have the right spirit. We lost our kids because it was okay to have a school full of lefty teachers because we didn't have to be bothered with it. We lost our kids because it was okay for the federal government to dictate what type of religion was or was not allowed in school, or what type of history was or was not taught in school. We got here through complacency, and we're all at blame for that. Every one of us. We did that. We created that. We can take it back too.
Oh yeah, you know.
I fought the system the whole way. And if you want to get technical, I have lost a kid due to this. Not like stripped from me legally or anything, but just due to the culture. Yeah.
Yeah.
You expect my room to be clean. You expect me to make my bed. You expect me to put my plate away. You expect me to do homework. You expect me not to be an asshole. Well, why would I want to be around you when the school and everybody else says I don't have to do shit?
Yep.
Yeah.
We let our schools fill up with lefties and communists, and then acted surprised when our kids came out as lefties and communists.
So yeah, I don't know. And that's the same thing with issues with school. My kids are removed from school. Like, that's the thing. I don't play the game. I will pay the cost. I will take the sacrifice. I'll find a way. And I don't like playing a game of bullshit with the politicians either, personally. I would rather we all took a hardship now to get shit straightened and put back on track, in my opinion. But, that's just me. Everybody else always wants the easiest, the path of least resistance. You know what I mean? Like, nothing good comes without sacrifice or struggle. Whether it's buying a car or, well, I guess you just want to throw it on a credit card, but it depends on a lifestyle. But you know what I mean? It's just, you can't expect great things to happen without putting work in. And sometimes that work sucks,
Yeah. It's like the Arizona audit. Who right now can honestly say what came out of the Arizona audit?
Well, they have changed according that Arizona truly went to Trump. And if you look at Pennsylvania has just said that they're decertifying the election in a couple different counties because they can't produce the proper documentation.
So let's play this back for a minute. We have proof with beyond a shadow of a doubt that somebody sabotaged the U.S. election. And nobody wants blood.
It's crazy, right?
Isn't it? Doesn't it blow your mind?
It is, yeah. But wait. But Trump will come back and save us.
No, I don't want Donald Trump back. Listen, in my opinion, the three we have
I voted for him, so don't take it wrong, people.
I voted him too, right? But I think we've had three of the worst presidents I have ever seen in my entire life over the last three presidencies. Biden, Trump, and Obama are three of the worst presidents I've ever seen. Neither of them worked with anybody. None of them worked with anybody. All of them acted like dictators, or were completely ineffective because they couldn't cooperate with their own parties. That's ridiculous. That's not what a president does. I don't want Trump back. Would I take him back over Biden? You bet your sweet ass. Okay, in a heartbeat. But I'd like to see some of these young guys that Trump inspired to grow a spinal column, who will work with the Republican Party, step up. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah, I'm the crazy guy, and I'll say the guy I want wouldn't have walked away with this obvious corruption and issues. It would have had to been some type of investigation addressed on the spot before any transfer happened.
Oh yeah,
for the sake of our people, because the people are getting screwed.
Oh,
So and if they're not, then let's clearly put it out there and see. Let's do this as quick as we can so everybody's happy. But nah, man. I mean,
well,
considering you walked away knowing it was dirty and just walked away for. I'm calling a rope-a-dope. I think this shit was a setup from the beginning, but nobody wants to hear that shit. But
what I want to see,
I don't know. I just shut up.
I'm fairly certain they're afraid to tear the country in half, and the reality of it is that's what it would do, right? I
want to see the Supreme Court take on being, because they're going to end up, if
none of it matters. They stole the country right in front of you.
Yep.
What does it matter? None of it matters. It's all a freaking TV show.
But it would have to go to a special election, So, and how are they going to be able to prove or anything that the election would be fair? So, I don't know. It's kind of one of those.
The government at this point is like a crackhead girlfriend. It's always giving you a different excuse. And then everybody just sits there and takes it. They're like, oh, okay. This time she's going to come home. This time my wallet won't end up missing. Like, where's that fish?
I must be getting too upset. One of my animals opened the door to come check on me. I'm okay, dude. I'm just talking about the government. So, Men of Tupperware says he's in the process of creating a national organization that would fund grassroots constitutional candidates to primary out career scumbags. Obviously, this week has derailed that a bit. Well, did you have your organization structure in your house when it was robbed, or just all your money? I can't see how that would be possible in either aspect.
Well, that's a coincidence. He's running for something, and his house got robbed.
Right.
I'd be curious on the crime stats. I mean, how do you know you didn't get a little something extra that looks like a robbery? You might want to check your stuff, buddy.
I guess nobody likes our conversation. We're essentially talking to ourselves at this point.
I think we got 5 people.
No, I'm in that chat too.
Well,
oh yeah.
Who else is in that chat?
Sorry, but it's probably my fault with that Trump stuff. I mean, there's a lot of people out there, even on our side, I think are just freaking at that warship point at this point where it don't matter what you say. Now I'm probably some sellout or Biden voter or some shit people say. Seems like as soon as you got something negative or, you're not 100% happy, that's it. Done. So
well, I just
might be the case.
Yeah, I don't think we can paint him with a rosary brush. Was he the lesser of two evils? Absolutely. Did he attempt to do some good things? Absolutely. Do I dislike him as a human being? No. Do I think he was a good president? No. Do I think it was possible for him to be a good president? Not under the system that we exist in. You can't get anything done unless you can either cooperate with your own party or cooperate with the other party. No politician is capable of doing anything resembling what Trump was trying to do. And ultimately, his inability to recognize that is a problem.
Yep.
I'm not mad about how he dealt with stuff. I mean, I don't want a politician. So,
yeah.
Like I said, the guy wouldn't have just left it how it was personally. So, if you're really out for the people, then, taking a hit to yourself is what it is. I mean, that's what you would do for your family or anybody else. I mean, that's what people do when they volunteer to go sign up for the military for our country. They're making a sacrifice for somebody else. Well, some of them are just doing it for money, but a lot of times it's both. But still, that's a risk that most people don't want to do. Like, I mean, what, 98, 99% of the public?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, these politicians, the same ones that get busted doing this, or with these hookers, or this coke, or dressed up as this, or all this bullshit, you want to put your faith in. I mean, yeah, I think we're a bunch of freaking fools as a group, personally. People's actions count way more than words, like in regular life and everywhere else. So people say all this shit, and what do they actually do? So that's what counts. Talk's cheap.
The Mexican cartel just lost their leader. The Mexican army killed him with a minigun from a UH-60.
Wow.
Boy, you know they're done with your craft when they attack you with a Black Hawk with a minigun on it.
That says a bad day coming.
Not if they hit you square.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess if you're going to be taken out, I'd rather, a nice single clean, shot. This way I don't see it coming. I don't hear it coming. And I definitely,
Single isn't always clean in a sense.
Yeah.
Sometimes weird things can happen. So
100 rounds of the squeeze.
The minigun might not be a bad idea.
Yeah. You're going to be goo. It's hard to fire neurons when there's nothing left but silly putty.
right?
I mean, I suppose you could live through that, but that pretty much counts, in my opinion, if it's a square shot with 100 rounds of 5.56. You might as well be exploded at that point.
You want to be like Scarface.
Yeah, you do.
That's all you got.
Oh my gosh, boy, that scene. Scarface took like 60 shots and was still yelling at people. 5 of them in the chest. Both of his lungs would have been popped. Scarface's last words would have been,
It's a sad movie.
really?
I think people miss the point. I think, in a sense, you end up having to kill everybody. That's the gangster life, man. There is no honor.
I thought
always looking over your shoulder. Your own family's after your ass. Maybe I just seen it differently, but
yeah,
I don't know. Being true gangster or true criminal, man, that's got to be a lonely ass life. The only way to really do it, if you're not one of these rich guys, is for nobody ever to know.
Yep.
I thought it was a comedy initially. He overacted that role so bad, I honestly thought it was a farce.
You need people like me.
Do you know Michelle Pfeiffer was an unknown when she was cast for that role?
Yeah, I don't think she liked them too much.
Yeah.
Say hello to my little friend.
Yeah, and I'm going to need modern movies to add reloading. We're past the point where most people didn't factor in. I was game for the stuff that Arnie did in the 90s. But
Come on, you mean a revolver will not fire 400 rounds?
I'm just ready to see a mag change every so often. I think Heat had a good amount of mag changes in it. There was this one English movie. What was the name of that movie? Where the guy, he's literally like he was in the British Army and he goes and kills a bunch of drug lords. It's on point, man. He fires 30 shots, does reloads, absolutely on point. What was that movie?
I don't know. I think the last movie I've probably really watched was what was it? 1913, the remake, or what was that one? Was it Hamburger Hill or?
Hamburger Hill was a good one.
It was the war movie we just saw on TV like a couple months ago about the guy who went and rescued a bunch of people. It was based on a true event. He was like a medic.
Desmond Doss's story? And it was 77 people.
It might have been where they ended up lowering.
Yeah. The story of Desmond Doss. Yeah.
Yeah.
I met that man before I joined the Army as a combat medic. I was 16 years old when I met him.
The story of Desmond Doss.
Well, I met him in person and talked to him. He'd had a lot of strokes by the time I met him, but he was still mostly coherent. One of the most Hacksaw Ridge was the story.
Hacksaw Ridge.
Yeah, he was still one of the most humble human beings I ever met in my life. I met him down at Camp Kalakwa, but that was my inspiration to become a combat medic, was talking to him.
Yeah.
I can remember being at Fort Sam Houston for AIT and going to the museum there at Fort Sam Houston and seeing the list of his accomplishments on his Medal of Honor and his axe. And they had a cutout picture of him when he was in his 20s there. And I just thought he was small because he was an old man. He was little bitty. Little guy.
Yeah.
I knew James Braddock.
Art comes in all different sizes, man.
Yeah, it does. You knew James Braddock?
Yeah, he teaches concealed carry in South Carolina. He lives in my town.
Oh, no way, really?
Oh yeah.
That's
pretty cool guy. He's pretty old, but yeah, he said he still get revenue from the movie Chuck Norris made.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Any of you guys ever see the movie The Professional?
Love it.
Nope.
I have one small problem with it.
What's your problem?
What do you think my problem with that movie is?
It's been a while for me.
Could we have done that entire movie without the pedophilia theme, please?
Pedophilia scene? I don't recall that. I don't know if I saw a cup. Oh.
The young girl, the 12-year-old girl, nasty. That movie would have been 1,000 times better with an adult woman. Okay, I'm just saying.
Hey, I like the movie. I thought it was pretty good, and I thought it was fairly realistic, I would state, unlike a lot of other movies where I think, you could actually pretty much get out like he did. And a lot of times, I guess hiding in somebody's face or in the obvious is the least expected and best thing you should do. So I think there's a lot of things with that movie that just that make it a good movie. So I didn't see it as a pedophilia side or anything. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. There wasn't anything in there to my recollection that led to that other than, that girl being like a younger girl that came from her mom was a prostitute and all this shit. So, maybe her clothing wasn't the best or this or that, but I didn't,
There's
to my
several,
knowledge, she wasn't offering them sex or anything for
there's
a room or
several
nothing.
points
So I
in the
don't know.
movie that they flat suggest it, right? And like go through the whole thing where he's refusing it, and I'm like, that's not necessary. I don't feel like this adds to the quality of the movie at all. You know what I mean? To me, there's nothing about that concept that's in any way amusing or nice, right? I unsubscribed to Netflix when they started to run shows on little girls doing weird things. I have a daughter, right? It makes my skin crawl to think.
Oh,
about
yeah,
that.
no, I totally get that aspect of things, like in a sense, but I just didn't see anything myself in that and with that movie, and I'm thinking of the gunplay and things like that.
There were
I thought
great things
that was
about
handled pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, the end of it's great. Everything about it's great is in that regard.
And it's kind of an older movie too, so for it to be decent and old, that that's good too.
Definitely a movie with reloads. Definitely. I can't find the name of that movie. Anyway, he's a former British soldier. He's a veteran, and there's this drug dealer climbing his neighborhood, and he decides to mount up and go kill him. And somebody trained this actor, right? Because he's clearing houses and kicking doors and running, covering fire for himself and suppressing enemies, and it was very beautiful. It was well done.
And we lost Carolina EDC. So, Sam Anarchy says the guy that played Benny was actually one of the firefighters that died on 9/11.
Oh, really?
And we got Carolina back.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button.
It happens. When you're on mobile, you look at the comments, and next thing you know, you're exiting out the live stream. I do it all the time.
I think my favorite war movie, favorite two, will be Full Metal Jacket and,
of course,
Black Hawk Down.
Both are pretty good movies.
Yeah. So Full Metal Jacket's just the movie that everybody watches before they go off to basic. And if your drill sergeant is not Arlie Ermy, you're just mad. I was mad.
So Full Metal Jacket, and then I there's been a couple really, really good war movies. You had Pearl Harbor, the newer remake that they just did. It wasn't too bad,
dude.
Midway.
Yeah, I'll give you Midway.
Midway was pretty good.
The new remake of Hacksaw Ridge and the original Hacksaw Ridge.
Both good, yeah.
Hamburger Hill.
Saving Private Ryan was my favorite too.
Yeah, Saving Private Ryan was good.
Revenge of the Nerds.
Revenge of the Nerds was outstanding too.
There's been quite a bit. Letters from Iwo Jima.
That was a good one.
I mean, that one, if you watch in both versions where they have, the subtitles, it actually is really good also. So. Manitoba says, if the panel hasn't seen The Outpost, you all should. It's one of the films based on the real fire.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I have not seen it.
I'd argue movies, they can be good and pretty accurate in some cases, a lot of them, but none of them are really the real experience. I mean, obviously, but
well,
sitting on your ass, hurrying up the wait, there's so much shit they don't, just shit's not TV friendly, like, that a movie about one thing going on would be like 14 hours long, and half of it you'd be sitting on your ass waiting to go or watching PowerPoints. Like it's, I don't know.
No,
They leave out a lot of shit. It is nowhere near as cool. Like I can't speak for all movies and things, but some aspects of jobs and things, it's nowhere near as cool as they make shit seem.
No. Well, I tell people that whenever people ask me what you used to do, and I'm like, I was a combat medic, and they're like, that's awesome. I was like, yeah. So it was about 99%. Drop your drawers, let me look at your testicles and figure out where you stuck your junk. It just, most of it was sick call and upper respiratory infections, and just, it's not hero stuff, right?
Bunch of stuff you wish you could forget, huh?
Yeah. After your 42nd STD patient, you just start to play STD bingo. You're just like, all right, before he drops trowel, let's see if I can guess.
Come on, you guys were friggin' betting on who was going to get the syphil gonorrhea.
No, you don't wish bad crap on people. We handed out so many rubbers that people never used. It used to drive me crazy. Be like, dude, you were here last week for an upper respiratory infection. I gave you 8 rubbers. Are you telling me you burned through 8 rubbers? No, Sergeant, I didn't use it. So you mean you've got hammer clap now because you didn't use a rubber and we gave you rubbers? I'm sorry, you're too stupid to breed. I'm going to have you sent down to the main hospital to have a vasectomy at once.
Vasectomies are not as bad as everyone makes them out to be.
I haven't had one because there's no reason to ever give up your virility.
I had one.
No. I will never give up my virility.
Just something a little weird about it. I don't know. Should have got one, but
Where's the fun in that?
Where's the fun in getting one or not getting one?
In getting one?
Think about this. You can friggin' do whatever you could have sex with all the women you want, and when the first one comes back and says, "You got me pregnant," you can be like, "No, ho, I did not."
Dude, I've been married forever. All the women I want are my wife. Other women don't even. I have literally had people tell me she was hitting on you and had no clue. I was like, yeah, that was a nice girl.
So I'm going to tell you a story that happened. It was friggin' quite funny. This was... the wife and I went to Pier 101 restaurant like 20 years ago. We had a very nice dinner and everything, and we paid the bill and left. And the wife noticed that there was a phone number written on the back of the check with a smiley face on it.
Wow, somebody gave her her phone number right in front of you, dude. That's hateful.
Right? I know. They gave it to her because, like, really? Why would they be trying to give it to me?
Right. I'm just saying.
Dang, that's it? That's all we get?
That's all you get.
Shots fired. Nah, I don't know. Hey, babe, has any dude ever hit on you behind my back? No, she said no. She's full of shit. I can hear it in her voice.
That's like
you think she's going to tell you the truth?
Answering the "Do I look fat?" joke, yeah. Or, do I look fat in these pants?
Hey,
that's crazy.
Hey, babe. Has any girl ever asked you if you were my sister? Oh, okay. That was the truth, and I know it because she was laughing her ass off when she responded to whatever, mofo, you ain't as hot as you think you are.
Right?
Hey, babe, has your sister ever asked if I was single? I love her so much. She's the best thing in the world. I love you. You're the star of the show
I go
now.
I go to the bar with my lady, go up and order a couple drinks. If she's at the table, by the time I turn around, she's already having to tell people no or something.
Wow.
Yeah, like people around here, they don't care. They see you coming in with somebody, they don't give a shit. So I mean, shit. There's times where I was trying to buy her a gift, so I was asking the lady at the the counter there in the women's department some questions about items and this and that, and got it for her. Ended up she didn't like it, bring it back, and then the lady tried picking us both up. Like obviously,
Wow, don't threaten me with a good time.
Oh man, well, yeah. But it probably depends where you're at in some cases too. I know I've been at the boardwalk, same thing, playing pool at one of the little bars there and stuff, and people find out you're with somebody, and the next thing you know, they're trying to invite everybody back to a party and this and that. So a lot of, depending on what you're into, I guess depends where you go, things like that. But if your lady says she doesn't get hit on when you're not around, I think she's lying.
I'm just saying. By the way, I'm sorry. I was tabbed out minute of Tupperware. You're exactly right, sir. I'm just saying, if I was young still, I'd probably be the freak of the week where you live. That is absolutely on point for how my behavior was back in the day. Now I'm old, so I wouldn't do it for anything. Plus, you can catch something you can't eat, and that's the problem. But I'm glad that you have a high moral compass, New York.
Oh, yeah. I mean, besides, that's like Russian roulette. A few times are fun, one will kill you.
Yep. You get the wrong one.
The wife was reading a story earlier today about a guy who was sleeping around, I think 20, 30 females in Florida, and never once disclosed to any of them that he was HIV positive.
Well, that's attempted murder in some states.
And so he got 2 years. 2 years in jail. And 2 or 3 of the women have already popped positive for HIV.
Nope. I'd be slipping cigarettes under the door. You ain't gonna live long, fool.
Well, let's go ahead.
You guys know there's a new breed of ladies out there that don't really care about sharing in some cases.
Mm-hmm.
So we're down to 3 people, so we'll close this up. We can BS in the back. Mr. Carolina EDC, closing plugs, anything up and coming, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, I just released a video just about an hour ago, so check it out. Also, got a giveaway going on right now for Tap Back Box. Go to Instagram, enter, follow all the rules, and that's going to be going till next week, probably Wednesday, Thursday, I think. And yeah, pretty much just check everybody out that has been on the panel and everybody in the chat. Thank you for the invite.
You're welcome. Mr. Nighthawk Medic.
We're bringing the channel back. I'm testing the 3 Wonder 9s for myself. There's been a lot of complaints about different things, so I'm taking them through a 500 round count each test before I do my final opinions on them. And I've got my YouTube channel back up and running. And other than that, yeah, just subscribe to these awesome dude and dudettes and give them some love. This was a controversial conversation tonight, but really, that's because there's high quality people around here and they're willing to throw out the truth. So follow and sub on them.
Mr. Rob D.
I got nothing. Basically, thanks for having me. Thanks for joining us. And, as Nighthawk said, check everybody out, this and that. Have a great night.
So the last comment, Mandatory Carey says, G23 sounds really young and Medic sounds really old.
Well, that's about right.
Yeah, but we're probably like 10 years apart in age.
Yeah.
So.
You kidding me? I'm 20.